in prayer.
They went up into an upper room.
Oh, it's in the upper room.
Society.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room. Psalm 81.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף, 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 לאסף.
Sing aloud unto God our strength.
עוזנו, עוזנו, עוזנו.
Psalm 81.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף, 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 לאסף.
Sing aloud unto God our strength.
עוזנו, 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 עוזנו. הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו, 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 עוזנו.
Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob. God of Jacob. God of Jacob.
לאלוהי יעקב, לאלוהי יעקב, לאלוהי יעקב. הריעו לאלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב.
Take a psalm, and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel, and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledst in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange god be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange god. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies, and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him. But their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of Psalm 81.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף, 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 לאסף.
Sing aloud unto God our strength.
עוזנו, 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 עוזנו. הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו, 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 עוזנו.
Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob. God of Jacob. God of Jacob.
לאלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב. הריעו לאלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב, אלוהי יעקב.
Take a psalm, and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel, and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledst in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange god be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange god. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies, and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him. But their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat, and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied, 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 I have satisfied.
Bokoyam Hamishi. It is the 5th day of the week, and we do have a Tehillim that is recited in the 5th day of the week, found in chapter 81, and again it will be recited also in Hebrew. Let's begin. Lamnazecha al Hagetit la Asaf Hanimu Lelohim Uze Havu Lelohe Yaakov Su Zenwa Ujneto Tino Naim El Naver Tiku Bachoresh Shofa Bakese Leyom Chage Ki Choch La Yisrael Hu Mishpot Lelohe Yaakov Edut Bihosef Sam Bezit Alviet Mizraim Sofat Lo Yadati Eshma Hasiroti Misaver Shikim Kape Midu Tavona Batzara Karata Vahaze In Basita Raam Echam Alme Umiva Sela Shema Ame Veeda Ba Yisrael Im Tishmale Lo Yige Du El Zar Bilo Tishtachave Leil Necha Anoke Yahava Elohe Hamaal Me'eretz Mizraim HaHefpe Va'amale Velo Shama Ame Lakole B'Yisrael Lo Avale Va'ashache Bishverut Leba Yaku Bimoazote Lu Ame Shomea Li Yisrael Birwake Yahaleko Kimat Oeve Aknea Val Zore Ashiv Yadi Mazane Yahava Yaka Hashulo Vihe Ita Lolam Vaya Akile Mechalev Cheta Umizo Devash Asbee.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room.
The upper room. The upper room. The upper room. The upper room.
Psalm 81.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף.
Sing aloud unto God our strength.
עוזנו, הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו.
Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob. God of Jacob. God of Jacob.
לאלוהי יעקב. הריעו לאלוהי יעקב.
Take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. For this was a statute for Israel and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. I removed his shoulder from the burden. His hands were delivered from the pots. Thou calledst in trouble, and I delivered thee. I answered thee in the secret place of thunder. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will testify unto thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. There shall no strange God be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange God. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own heart's lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel had walked in my ways. I should soon have subdued their enemies, and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him. Their time should have endured forever. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat, and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied, 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 I have satisfied.
מזמור פ"א למנצח על הגיתית לאסף. הרנינו לאלוהים עוזנו, הריעו לאלוהי יעקב. שאו זמרה ותנו תוף, כינור נעים עם נבל. תקעו בחודש שופר, בכסה ליום חגנו. כי חוק לישראל הוא, משפט לאלוהי יעקב. עדות בהוסף שמו, בצאתו על ארץ מצרים, שפת לא ידעתי אשמע. הסירותי מסבל שכמו, כפיו מדוד תעבורנה. בצרה קראת ואכל לצקה, אענך בסתר רעם, אבחונך על מי מריבה סלע. שמע עמי ואעידה בך, ישראל אם תשמע לי, לא יהיה בך אל זר, ולא תשתחווה לאל נכר. אנוכי אדוני אלוהיך, המעלך מארץ מצרים, הרחב פיך ואמלאהו. ולא שמע עמי לקולי, וישראל לא אבה לי. ואשלחהו בשרירות ליבם, ילכו במועצותיהם. לו עמי שומע לי, ישראל בדרכי יהלכו, ימעט אויביהם אכניע, ועל צריהם אשיב ידי. משנאי אדוני יכחשו לו, ויהי עיתם לעולם. ויאכילהו מחלב חיטה, ומצור דבש אשביעך.
one I sent the crew right there in cell block 2. To you and you and you over in a penitentiary. Here today and you're gone tomorrow. Who know they about you gonna tumbling fall? A good friends we had, oh good friends we lost. Who up on the rock, lock up in a penitentiary. On the rock, dumb cell never empty, no. On the rock, big yard style, bail block never empty, no, no. Badness was around when Shantytown burned down. Shantytown burned down. And Roughneck was around when Woodward come from jail. He bird had a number 5446. Remember that? I tell you, Waterman come around. Big club bottom sticks, whoa, on the rock. Over there in penitentiary. On the rock, cell block never empty, no, no. Rules in the pen, you do not borrow, don't you lend. Cause if you do so, my friend, payback never end. I've been in the pen, you need the commissary. And when you lock up in the dump cellar, don't got no money, whoa, on the rock. Cell block never empty, I live in hell. On the rock, cell block never empty. Badness was around when Shantytown burned down. Shantytown burned down. And Roughneck was around when Woodward come from jail. Hebert said the number 5446. You remember that? I tell you, the Waterman come around. Big club bottom sticks long on the rock. Cell block never empty, no, no. On the rock, jail cell never empty, tell you. On the rock, to you and you and you and you. Over there in a Rikers, in a tumbling farm. On the rock, cell block never empty, oh Lord. On the rock, to all my ivory over there, in a put of busters, in a tumbling farm, in a TV. To you and you, to you and you, to you and you. On the rock, cell block never empty. On the rock, jail cell never empty, no. This one life get the crew right there in cell block 2. To you and you and you and you over in the penitentiary. Yeah!
And when they would come in, they went up into an upper room. And when they would come in, and when they would come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room, upper room, upper room.
Moreover, brethren, I would not that ye should be ignorant. How that all of our fathers were under the cloud, and all passed through the sea, and were all baptized into Moses in the cloud and in the sea, and did all eat the same spiritual meats, and did all drink the same spiritual drink, for they drank of the spiritual rock that followed them, and that rock was Christ.
Lion of Judah Society.
Rockstone was my builder, could not find place for sleep. But them empty, we have to find food for eat. Every day we terrorize by soldiers and police. When they think them a strong man, they think them a dead. From them a play cowboy and Indian and chief. From the first to the 3rd straight up to 7th street. One thing you know we mind of it, jump to the base. I make it in a life, I inherit as the make them care. Self-employed, cannot get laid. But the work me have, can't even get a day off. Who they want to start me now, them find out, say them way off. Alright, so me say one by one, one by one, one by one. We stepping out of Babylon and then one by one, one by one. You king fella say I the conquering lion, lion, lion. Rockstar was my pillow. Rockstar was my pillow. I said Rockstar was my pillow.
Sister Kalonji, Steve Raga, Mali. Help us now, take us from the slum. Never give up, but I want strictly for your bun. Hey, Rasta, take us from the slum. Never give up, but I want King Selassie, I bless to go. Separation is a thing, could be no harder time. Got to widen your views, gotta broaden your mind. What we find in the ghetto, nowhere else can no find. Hunger, poverty, a system so unkind. As a matter of fact, there is an aftershock. When come ground, touch my bed and my pillow was a rock. Try to make it through the system, all those were locked. Yeah, nothing new to try, and so I ain't gonna stop. All the time they write a book on you. All sorts of other crap they would have put on you. Yet when you're in there, they would look on you. They would only stand and wanna wipe the foot on you. But so see I know, Zion gone, Ethiopia, Africa fashion. Liberate the poor, the poor. Hey, man I lie to me, Selassie, I them want to war. Read the Bible, turn to peace and praise the Lord. Goodbye, Babylon, goodbye, goodbye. Open now, Zion door, Mount Zion, Ethiopia for sure. Children of Israel, children of Israel. Hey,
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room, upper room, upper room.
Rockstone was my pillow.
Give me now. Jaman me cool and seven I mute. Mama the ship in a farm for fool. I rever the dancing like I'm a tool. If on a table sit on a stool. Me black, me brown, me brown, me black. Bitch on me chest, me span in my back. Within the ear when the chin drop. Alien to your body I rock. For me on the mic, see Molly a chat. Firm and strong to dep on the land. The peace with righteous just a man. Brother correction in a man. Preaching out to man and no man. Give riches to King Solomon. No, my trouble a top. Cap on a buck on a buck on a cap. Tweet the thing I want to the man up. Man is coming in again here rap. Jackie like on a pop where I'm. When it's the sun, they can't take that. I them not see you can tap. I found a mic bag, I'm up in a chat. With me head red, me head in a blast. No fear on the mouth, nothing on the rat. Free to jump, me never will stop. We're hot, no cold, we're cool, no hot. Live in a house, no live in a flat. Up in a Zion, the righteous are top. Jab blue, red, the devil cannot. Rockstar was my pillow. Rockstar was my pillow. I said Rockstar was my pillow. Rockstar was my pillow.
Moreover, brethren, I would not that ye should be ignorant, how that all of our fathers were under the cloud, and all passed through the sea, and were all baptized into Moses in the cloud and in the sea, and did all eat the same spiritual meats, and did all drink the same spiritual drink, for they drank of the spiritual rock that followed them, and that rock was Christ.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Going to Mount Zion. Yes, I'm going to Zion. To Zion. I'm going to Mount Zion.
When they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Erev Tov. Good evening. Here for the fifth day's podcast right here, Upper Room of Zion. Here on the Thursday, quote unquote, fifth day podcast right here. Fifth day of the Shabua. Here we're counting the Omer, counting the growth from first fruits, right? First fruits tomorrow after the Shabbat, counting the 7 Shabbats complete to the harvest, or what's called Pentecost. And this is why we play this particular audible here from Acts of
And
the
when they would come in,
Apostles.
they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Looking forward to when Pentecost, which means the 50th day. So to count 7 Sabbaths, basic math right here, 7 Shabbats, 7th day of the week, the Shabbat, that's a full set right there, counting 7 times 7. The morrow after the 7th Shabbat, so 7 times 7, 49 plus 1, 50. So in the Koine Greek, Pentecoste means the 50th day. This brings us to the harvest, to what's called Shavuot. Shabua, a week, 7 days. We say Shabua Tov, a good, Tov, good, beneficial, acceptable, pleasant, healthy, prosperous, a good Shabua. So here we are completing here the third, right, of the 7 Shabuas, the 7 weeks, or really counting from the 7th day, the Shabbat, right? So counting the 7 sets complete. Two sevens right there, they're there clashing. Now, we would play that tune. We got an interesting little strike on that, but they removed that, once they recognize that, that we are this is not monetized, this particular channel, this particular podcast at this present time, because we like to share some of the roots, the reggae, other music, that helps to emphasize and highlight, as many of the prophets even themselves were musical, right? But be that as it may, here for this Torah reading and feeding, we have a double, right? We have a double portion. So here at the 5th day, we've already crossed over in our reading, of the aliyot, the Torah readings and feedings. Usually we read a aliyah a day. Aliyah. So the Torah portion reading and feeding, for example, right here, we're at Kedoshim, right? Kedoshim. More correctly in English, it should be Q-E-D-O-S-H-I-M. So that particular K there, we call that the special K because it's not kaf, ka, but it's the it's the off, right? Kedoshim, from the kadosh. So Yahweh Eloheinu, he said even before in the previous, but here it becomes more pointed, more specific. He says that y'all, to the Bnei Yisrael, sons of Israel, y'all shall be holy ones, Kedoshim, because ki ani, right? Kadosh, for I am Kadosh, the Holy One. So we are to resemble him. We are to be like him, as man was created in his image after his likeness. You know what I'm saying? As the elect of God says, we should do all, right, in our human manifest, right, to approximate, that example that he has set for us. So even Robeno, Yeshua, Yeshua says, be perfect as Abinu Sheba Shemayim, our Father who art in heaven, is perfect. Perfect in what? Spirit and in truth. Speaking to the Samaritan woman, right? What he said, that God is Elohim is spirit, right? Man is a trinity, a tripartite being consisting of spirit, soul, and a carbon organic structure that we call, for lack of a better word, body, or the quote flesh. But here we have the second of this double portion, Kedoshim. So the 30th, here we have the 30th sabbatical study. So for this week, this 7, we have 2 7s. We have the Acharei Mot, right? There we go, right there, Kedoshim, right? In the Asherit, right? The later Hebrew, the later Hebrew font. Because some would argue about the font types, you know what I mean? Whether it's the Paleo font type or it's the Asherit font type, which both of the font types are true, right? It's just according to the context right there. They still bring out the same essence. It's not the letter of the law, but it's the spirit. So right here we have Kedoshim. So in the previous of this double portion, Acharei Mot, which means after the death, context after the death of the 2 sons of Aharon, of Aaron, the high priest, it concerns the yearly Day of the Atonements, or the what's called the Yom HaKippurim in the Torah, and commonly referred to as Yom Kippur, right? The rites and the rituals of the Day of the Atonements, or more literally, Kippurim, the Day of the Coverings, right? Like almost like an insurance policy, so to speak, right? Yom HaKippurim, the rites and rituals that purged, right? That purge the people, right? Amo Yisrael, of their sins and their trespasses and transgressions, especially for that year, right? And preparing them for a new Shana, a new year. And it restored the sanctuary, the Mikdash. So even in the word Mikdash, right? We have the Kadash, Mikdash, the place, Mikdash, the sanctuary. The sanctuary to a state of Tahora. So in the Hebrew, the word for purity or cleanness is tahora, right? So now in this, the second of this double portion, which in other times it would be, each of these would be individual. So for this week, in another type of a year, right? That's not connected with the biblical, leap year, right? We would have the Acharei Mot in one Shabua, 1 week, one strong, Acharei Mot, and then we have Kedoshim, right, in the next Shabua. But here, we have a double, right? This is a double portion, right? 2 sevens again. So this sabbatical study for the second part of the double portion, we continue, right, with the theme of purity. So from Acharei Mot here to the Kedoshim, continuing the theme, Chabarim, of purity, right? Of purity. So this double portion, yeah? So the theme of purities continue, and it begins with Yahweh HaKadosh, the Holy One, Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, with Yahweh Eloheinu, with Elohim saying, Eloheinu, our Elohim saying to the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, y'all, ye must be holy. Ye must be set apart. Why? Because I, Yahweh Elohim, y'all Elohim, am Kadosh, am set apart. The portion here, it then proceeds to list, right, even commandments. One can say imperatives, right? Both the positive and the negative, but all of them are imperatives or commands. Positive commands, thou shalt do. Negative, thou shalt not do. Regarding practical ethics, practical morality. Not just like in so-called word, but morality in deed, in doing, right? Or conversely, vis-a-vis, in not doing, right? So often we look at a commandment, but we need to also see that there are the positive commands, that which we do, that regards practical, the practice of ethics and morality, and that which we are commanded not to do, that also regards the practice of ethics or morality. Now, we have more of these commandments, both the positive and the negative, than any other portion, than in any other Torah portion, reading and feeding, or specific area of HaTorah, thereby directly connecting the theme of holiness or set apartness in the Hebrew, kedusha, or kedusha. Kedusha is to say set apartness, or we translate as holiness, set apartness, separateness, with obedience, the Shema, right? The obedience to Yahweh Eloheinu's, to his, what, for lack of a better word, we're speaking English here, right? What can be considered to be the moral and ethical truth, the moral and ethical reality. So now, after stating the foundational, what's the foundational? The foundational requirement to be set apart, aka to be holy, Yahweh begins to explain each of y'all must respect, on the KJV translation, must fear his mother and fear his father, and y'all must keep my Shabbats. I am Yahweh, he who be who he be, Elohei Kem, the Elohim of Kem, y'all Elohim. Now, here, let's just do this right here just to kind of show and prove, right? Because already we spent some time on the first of this double portion, the Acharei Mot, after death, after death of the two sons. So here we're picking up with Leviticus chapter 19. And here it says, and Yahweh spake, right, to Moshe, saying, speak to all the congregation of the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, and say to them, ye y'all shall be holy, or set apart ones. Now the basic word here, right, is we say the root word here is kadosh, right? But this kadosh, to explain kadosh, this is when we're speaking of a individual male, right? An individual, that which is gendered as male, right, being set apart, right? Kadosh. And Yahweh Eloheinu, he is Ha-Kadosh, the Holy One. Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, right? He is the Kadosh, or actually, according to Yeshaya, right, where the Hebrew Trinity revealed Kadosh, 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 right? But yet the Shema tells us that even the three is Echad, Echad. But here it says Ki Ani, right? Kadosh, speaking about he. But here in the Hebrew, for ones that do know, they can make it out. We'll try to make some better memes so we can kind of explain those who are not able to read the font, directly, right? So here is the word. Here's the word right there highlighted, right? The blue highlight. Full of the verse. Daber il kol adat b'nei Yisrael ve'amarta eleihem kedoshim tihiyu ki kadosh ani Yahuwah Eloheikem. So right there, first part, where amarta, and you shall say, right? This is what was told to Moshe. Moshe was told to speak. Daber, speak. Il call to all, edat b'nei Yisrael. Speak to all the congregation, right? The witnesses of the sons, right, of Israel, Yisrael, with Amarta, Ve'amarta, with an Amarta, and say, and you male say, Elay to him, and say to them, with Amarta, Elayhem, and the I male, speaking to Moshe individually, Elayhem, say to them, Kedoshim, the highlighted word, Kedoshim, 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 Kedoshim Tihiyu, y'all shall higher. So higher, right? When we say, oh, but it's higher here. Well, yes, learn to read and understand, right, what the root words are. They're the root words. The next thing you have to learn is the binyan, the build. You have to learn how to build from the root words. Here, higher means to be, or in a literal use in Hebrew, it means was, right? So we say of Yahuwah, Wehu Haya, and he, Wehu, who, he, Haya, he who was, Wehu Howe, right? He who be, presently, Wehu Yihyeh, and he who will become. He who was, he who is, and he who will become. So here, this is the root word you see, Haya. Haya means to be, to become. Literally, it was, it became, it came to pass, it existed, it happened, right? Let's say like it happened, it fell out, it happened, like something happened. What happened, Anyway, here it says Kedoshim, right? Holy ones, right? Tihiyu is to hire when you're speaking to like a group of ones and ones, usually males, right? You're saying like for them to be, right? To become. Kedoshim Tihiyu. Key. Next part that's important right here is the key. Got to get the key, right? The key, right? Key. It's an interesting, what they call the preposition. How's it brought out here, right? Primitive is a particle. It can be used as a preposition, but kind of a particle, right? A kind of a particle, also a conjunction in a sense. It actually has a sense to say like for or because, right? For, because, right? In other words, the command here, Kedoshim Tihiyu, all of y'all are to be holy ones. Ki, because, or for, because, Kadosh. So here we have Kadosh, right? As we have it here in the dictionary reference, because the dictionary reference words are usually, when you look in Strong's and other such dictionaries of Afro-African Semitic, Afro-Semitic languages, you usually would find the root words would be in the third person male singular, right? And seeing that Hebrew has, has the masculine, the feminine, and then the verbs, past, present, future, whether these verbs are expressed in an active sense, a passive sense, or a kind of a reflexive sense, like one doing the action to themselves, so to speak, right? But be that as it may, ki kadosh. So the root part of this here, right, for the 30th sabbatical study is to be set apart ones, to be holy ones, set apart. The reason being, ki kadosh, for set apart, ani. Now, ani here is the first person singular pronoun, right? First person singular pronoun, I, right? And usually in Hebrew, there's ways that we can express the verb, well, we don't have to express the pronoun. But whenever the pronoun is expressed and the meaning of who is speaking or being spoken to is already there in the verb, that's what it means, usually used for emphasis, right? Because it could have just said ki kadosh, right? For holy Yahweh. But here it says for holy ani, for I be holy, for I am holy. Yahweh, he who be, right? For holy, set apart, I, Yahweh, he who be, Elohe, the Elohim of Kem, speaking to a group of men. See, if I was speaking to a group of women, it would be like Elohe Ken. Here is Elohe Kem, right? Speaking to a group of men. So these are very important kind of points, right, to understand, right, when we start to look at context and real, correct, or accurate interpretation. Interpretation is important. People say, oh, it's always about your interpretation. Well, yes, it's always about interpretation. Either you interpret it correct or you interpret it incorrect. You know what I'm saying? It's like a manual, like a manual. You get a manual for some device or something. You got to put it together, or instructions to build something. It comes in the, you buy it, but you have to put it together. And how often has sometimes others or ourselves misread directions, and then someone else come along and say, no, it's saying this is this, you did that, this is this, and you. So see, interpretation, there can be correct interpretation, right? Because some try to act like, well, there's really no truth. There is truth, right? The truly true. And the truth that we're seeking here is, how was this communicated to them, right? And what did this essentially mean, right? Because there ain't nothing new under the sun. So we can get the principles of this, as we mentioned already, practical ethics. There's some things, even though this is thousands of years ago, these are still practical ethics or moral ethics that can be practiced today. But here is the opening verse, Kedoshim, right? It says, speak to all the congregation, right, of the sons of Israel, and say to them, ye, y'all, right, shall be holy, or in the Hebrew, holy ones, set apart ones, Kedoshim, Tihiyu, y'all shall become, right? Ki, right, Kadosh, for set apart or holy, Ani, I, Yahweh, he who he be, Elohe Kem, y'all Elohim. But let's go on right here. This is a summary for Kedoshim, Chaverim, right here. Here, the 30th sabbatical study, right? And the 7th reading in the 3rd book of Moshe, the handbook of the priests, known as Leviticus, right? So overall, in the Shemester, the discipleship, the study, this will be the 30th, right? The 30th, we can say, of 54. But here, after stating the foundational requirement. So in the previous verse, verse 2, is the foundational requirement, right? Now, in a sense, we could say what follows is like how to fulfill, according to Yahweh Eloheinu's instruction, as it is written, what to do and how to fulfill that fundamental requirement. It's like somebody says, do this, right? And then they explain how to do this. Well, you begin by this, or this and this and this and this. If you do all of this, then this will be doing this, right? So here for Kedoshim, it continues in verse 3 to say, ye y'all, right, shall fear, right, every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths. Kiani, for I, Yahweh Elohim, for I be he who be y'all Elohim, y'all creator, judge, almighty power. Now, notice this right here in the 10 words known as and called pseudonymously or falsely the 10 commandments in the Eseret HaDebarim, in the Decalogue. If you look up Decalogue, it tell you clearly it means 10 words, 10 utterances. In the 10 words, the 10 utterances in Exodus chapter 20, right? Doesn't it read something similar to this, right? But it says there, it says, honor thy father, right? And thy mother. Honor thy father and thy mother. Interesting connection. 1 Peter 1 and 2 for this Kedoshim. Interesting connection. Just take note, right? So there in Exodus chapter 20, right, it reads honor. So the operative word is honor. Brings another question to mind. What is honor? Right? Or not just what is honor to us, because we're relying on the translator there. So we have to just fact check the translator, right? What is the word for honor, right? And what does honor mean? You know, I'm not saying that we don't know, but that's a question that should be asked, because we'll notice here is somewhat similar. One might say this is like a rewrite of it. Is it a rewrite of it? We're here in the third book, which is the handbook of the priests. Let's keep that in mind. Context matters, right? In Exodus chapter 20 was the general overview to the sons of Israel who were coming into the covenant. A covenant was proposed in chapter 19, and then 3 days later they come into it when Yahweh descends and he speaks, right? Those 10 utterances, the 10 words, the commandment, the Torah. Right? See, in the scripture, it calls those 10 words, falsely called the 10 commandments. In the scripture, the Hebrew, it calls it the commandment. So what people call the 10 commandments is actually called the commandment. That's why Jacob says, if you break one, you break all. And you can go to James, because see, this understanding was there, right? So let's try to get that sort of understanding, so we understand why Jacob said, or James said, right, if you break one, you break all. And then he quotes from the law. What does he quote? He quotes from the 10 words, because they understood, they knew there was 10 words, 10 articles, 10 logical utterances, but they were one command, and they also was one Torah, one direction instruction, right? In joining upon the Bnei Yisrael and those coming into that covenant with Yahweh Eloheinu, right? The duties, responsibilities, right? We can say vertically, right, to Yahweh, and also horizontally to one another. We call that the true cross, the Tau, the Tav. But be that as it may, we come to the command that says, right, or the word, more correctly, the word of the command that says, honor thy father and thy mother. But here it says, y'all shall fear every man his mother and his father. I just think it's interesting to compare this in Leviticus chapter 19, verse 3, with what we have in Exodus chapter 20, where it says, honor thy father and thy mother, right? And if you look at it as like a contradiction, you're going to miss the point. You should first look at it as, why does it read slightly differently there? Right? If you ask that question, you get the right answer. But if you approach it that, oh, this is a lie, it's a contradiction, blah, 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 then you deserve to be in stupid zone. You'd be timed out, right? For however long it takes. But first one should say, well, why? Right? And seek to investigate it. If you come to conclusion, then let the conclusion stick. You know, y'all shall fear. Now, the word fear here is Yareh. Now, here's Yareh is an interesting word, because this word Yareh and Yirah, right? Yirat, you know, the reverence, the fear of the Lord. Here, this word brings out more better reverence, standing in awe, being in awe, like we say, respect, reverence, fear. You see this down here? Here, this is just ways of bringing out the general sense of the spirit of the Hebrew, reverence. Here, it points out honor, although a different word of honor, right? Kabod, right? Kabod is used in the 10 words. Here, it uses the word Yareh. Yareh, even in a more emphatic sense, right? To dread, right? To be in astonishment, awe, right? Regard your mother and father as being awesome. But notice this word right here. This word here is often connected with the, for lack of a better word, I'm gonna call it true religion. Hebraically speaking, true religion. I know people talk about religion, yada 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 yada, but we're not limiting this to Latin, right? But we're using Latin here, or at least English, to communicate, right? Reverence, right? Reverence, right? Godly fear or awe. This is what is often used, right, to define, like when Abraham didn't fully tell all his business to some of the other dwellers of the land concerning his relationship with his half sister, his wife, right? He said, because they said, why did you do what you did? You know what I mean? He said, well, I didn't think that there was reverence in this place. I didn't think that there was a respect to God. Like people say, people have a fear of God, a reverence, a respect for the Creator in this place. This is the sense of it. Why am I going through this? Because this is important, right? You see right here. Here they say fear, right? But to be fear is a dubious word in English, right? It can have, different sides of it, right? But here, a more better bringing out of an application of this is to revere, revere. Like if you respect somebody, you revere them, and then you end up on the bad side of them, man, that right there can frighten you. You know what I mean? Because you're wrong and you're deserving of punishment. Check, right? So, but the key thing is that this is the same word that's applied, right, to the reverence that we ought to have for God. And notice that it puts the mother here, right, before, right, the father. It's kind of interesting. You know what I'm saying? So when people say it's all about what your father is, and we keep the law, statute, and commandment. No, you don't. Because we kept the law, statute, and commandment, you remember the 10 words, the word of the commandment: honor thy father and thy mother. And then also the Torah direction, instruction here in Leviticus: you all shall fear, reverence every man his mother and his father. I've heard some people say that, well, for me, my mother and my father are God. Like in the whole God and religion confusion, some would say, well, for them, it's like their mother usually first, right, and their father, but their mother, right, often ones will focus right there and settle. Their mother is, they know their mother's not God, right, but it's like the closest to God. Think about it for a moment. You know what I'm saying? Because if you want to trace your descent, you first, of course, the seed of your father, but then after it was matured and brought forward in the womb of your mother, you go back to your mother, right? But then when you go back before that, yeah, you can go back to your father's ball sack, if you want to. But even if he shot what he shot, until Yahweh gave that spirit, that spark, nothing would happen. So you see what I'm saying? So the mother is like the closest, in that sense, connection. This is one also interesting reason when you start to look at the differences between, it says to reverence, right? To reverence, like to respect, like one would reverence God, right? Every man must do this to his mother and his father. But then in the 10 words, it says to honor thy father and thy mother. Both of these go together. I'm just like not landing the plane. I'm kind of hovering the helicopter, so to speak. I'm hovering over this particular point to say there's more to this, giving a little bit here as we are able to, and let's pick up on more of this right here. Why are these two instructions different, but yet there's something the same about it, to get some wisdom out of this? To those who want to dismiss it as a contradiction, as the word says, but foolish and unlearned questions avoid. That just avoid that there, because you've already made your conclusion. There's nothing to seek for you, right? Right? Close the door. Like when Yeshua was about to heal, and the people, he said, Tabitha is just sleeping, right? She said she was just sleeping, right? And they're like, no, she's dead. And when he said she's sleeping, he's gonna go wake her up. They laughed at him. They laughed at Messiah. He's about to do that work, about to put in that work of raising up the daughter that they thought was dead, right? And what did Yeshua do? Argue with them, prove to them, have a verse in scripture. He put them outside the room and closed the door, and he went to work, and he did the deed, right? That's what we need to do, right? Close outside the distractions, and let's look at this verse here and the word of the command, right? I have to train myself out of that whole 10 commandments thing too. It's like the more you see it for yourself, you know what I mean? Like nobody can be told what the matrix is. One must see it. Oh, the word matrix means womb, like the mother's womb. How interesting. The mother's womb, you know what I mean? The hand that rocks the cradle, it is said, rules the world. But notice that after the fundamental, right, the fundamental requirement for holiness, right, after that is brought forward in this section of scripture for Kedoshim, the 30th sabbatical study, notice the next thing that is said, right? Notice the next thing that is said. Each of you, every man must respect, right? Must respect his mother and his father, right? And y'all must keep, right? And must guard, must observe my Sabbath. Did you notice something? That the word Sabbath is not just Sabbath, to keep the Sabbath, singular. No, it's Sabbaths, plural, Sabbaths. You notice that between the singular and the plural, right? So elsewhere, notice in the 10 words, it speaks about the Sabbath, singularity, Sabbath. Here it says, and keep my Sabbaths, right? With a S, a plural, right? Then we have what we call the sign off. Like when somebody has like documents today, maybe if you're not in business, then you might not come across it, but you might have seen this before. When someone has to like sign a set of documents, many of you all have to do this. Like each page you sign, each thing that you agreed to. Like they say, okay, you have to sign over here. Okay, next page, sign over here. Okay, and then you say, okay, sign down over here. Okay, and sign. You know what I'm saying? This is what Yahweh does with the word, right? If you notice. You'll notice where he signs off, like, for I, Yahweh, the Lord your God, right? For I, the Lord your God, for I am the Lord. Sometimes it's I am the Lord. All these are sign offs, right? Because the Lord, quote unquote, is Yahweh, right? And Yahweh there is the covenant name, right? The covenant name, right? So this is like the covenant name that's being used. So as part of the covenant, these are things to do, right? So he's basically signing it. And when we sign it with our name, we are attaching our authority to it, right? Like our authorities on this. So, okay, go violate this, right? And you violate me in the covenant here. It's very clear. You know what I'm saying? So from what things might be, there's parts of the law, what's in the law, when I say the law, the Torah generally, the 5 books of Moses, there's parts of it that is Moshe's advice, or what Moshe was allowed, right, by Yahweh to bring forward, understanding the people, right? Parts of it are things that were traditions of the elders and based on the elders. I'm talking about in the 5 books of Moses, right? It's not everything that we find there that it is Yahweh speaking or even condoning it. You know what I'm saying? But the things that he signs off, the thing where we get to sign off, like I am the Lord your God, we can take this as, okay, these are the areas he's signing off on right here. You know what I'm saying? Because, okay, the serpent did such and such. It just describes what the serpent did in the situation. You know what I mean? When Yahweh enters into the situation, walks in the garden in the cool of the day and starts speaking and looking for Adam and talking to, Adam and talking to Eve and talking to the serpent, there we can say, okay, this in context is what Yahweh has said. I've heard people sometimes just quote anything in the Bible and they act like this is the Lord speaking. They really believe like the Lord kind of dictated the Bible, right? Instead of logically, it would be the areas where one says, thus saith the Lord, based on their witness, right? We can base a measure of faith or credit, right? As it is written. So looking at what is written, we get a sign off right here. For I, Yahweh, your Elohim, both who he be and also what his respective authority is. He says, your Elohim. So we have to understand what Elohim, right, actually means. I know some will be like the Elohim thing, right? But hopefully we'll get into a whole build on that. But here we're going to say what we know is true and can prove, right? Elohim. Elohim refers to Yahweh, right, as creator and as judge, right? In essence, as the almighty power, right? But here he's saying, I am your creator, right? I am your judge, because he was a judge for Yisrael and bringing them out of Mitzrayim, right? He judged Yisrael innocent or tzaddik, right? And he judged Pharaoh, and his Rasha, ratchet criminal, right? And he executed the judgment. But be that as it may, notice how this comes in, right here, right after laying the foundational requirement, right? The duty to revere, right? Here, as we have it in Leviticus chapter 19, and the duty to honor, as we have it in the 10 words, falsely called the 10 commandments, in the commandment, 10 words in Exodus chapter 20, right? One's parents, father and mother, mother and father. It recalls what we know Hebraically as the 5th word of the command. The 5th word of the command is the starting point of learning to respect, to honor other people in our lives. Did you know that? Once again, just to repeat this, the duty to revere, right, and or honor one's parents, whether one says father and mother, or mother and father, they recall the 5th word of the commandment in Exodus chapter 20, right? And this is the starting point of learning, right? Learning, practicing, and even perfecting to respect and to honor other people in our lives. Notice that the word for, quote, my Sabbaths, you notice right here where it says my Sabbaths. Let me see if we can highlight this right here. Can we? Yeah, there we go. You see that word right there, my Sabbaths, right? What does this imply? Right? In other words, by saying that, what does it imply? Is it talking about just the Saturday, the 7th day, Saturday Sabbath? Does it imply that? Actually implies both. The keeping of the weekly or the Sabbath, the 7th day of the Shabbat, as well as what is known as the appointed times. Appointed times, the feasts, the festivals, the appointments of Yahweh Eloheinu. Sanctifying time. Therefore, from this verse 3, this is just to zoom in on what's in, what's packed into this verse right here. Sanctifying time, right? And y'all shall keep guard, hedge about my Sabbaths, both the weekly Sabbath and the appointed times, the feasts, the festivals. Therefore, sanctifying time is a way that we, being Torah observant, can express how we express practical in practice, right? In spirit, yes, but in truth, in practice, kedusha, holiness, kedusha, set apartness, and thereby turn away from idolatry and the so-called ideologies, which are idolatrous, the ideology and pseudo-ideologies, right? There is true ideology. For us, it's the spirit and truth of Torah, Bashem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Yes? So just notice that there in this one verse right there. Notice the connection, the reverence that every man should have, right? The respect, right? The honor for his mother and his father, and keeping, guarding, observing, right? My Sabbath. Notice it doesn't say the Sabbath. Notice it didn't say the Sabbath. Notice there is the we say the possessive pronoun my Sabbath. And notice that it's not Sabbath in singular, but it's Sabbath in plural. And then we get the sign off, right? So it's almost like if these were documents, right? Wherever it says, I, the Lord your God, it's as if Yahweh has signed off that part of the contract, that part of the covenant, that part of the agreement. Right, so to go against that is basically to go against him, right? So going on here, the practice, right? The practice is a part of the practice, right? But first we have to learn. We have to have a logical interpretation, a basic logical interpretation. Of course, there's other things that we may think, but this is clear, right? It's clearly saying that we must respect every man of the covenant, his mother and his father, and to keep and to guard and to hedge about his Shabbats, And definitely it's not just speaking about the weekly Sabbath, but also speaking about the other Sabbath. Now, in order to understand this a little bit better, we're going to come to it probably in the next Shavua coming up. We're going to come to Leviticus chapter 23. If you want to scroll ahead, put in your notes, Leviticus chapter 23, it explains in the first, I'll say 5 to 10 verses, the 2 different Sabbaths, right? When I say 2 different Sabbaths, Sabbath its in its dual application, so to speak. In the weekly Shabbat, which is called the Shabbat, keep the Sabbath day, the day of the Sabbath, the 7th day, and it also explains his Shabbaton. For example, did you know that Yom HaKippurim, the Day of Atonement, which is the beginning and one of the main the main presentations in Acharei Mot, the Day of Atonement is called his Shabbat, right? His Shabbat. It's a Sabbath day, that Day of Atonement, the day where we afflict our soul. But be that as it may, the Israelites were to practice mercy, right? Practice mercy by providing for the poor and strangers, by leaving the edges of the field unharvested. Did you know that? Right? I'm talking about just overview of what's in this Kedoshim regarding the fundamental requirement to be set apart. Right? Other people do what they do, but to those in covenant, this is what you're to do. Is the basic idea behind it, giving us object lessons, right? Giving us object lessons so that we can receive practical baraka, practical blessings. The Israelites were to practice mercy, chesed, right? Mercy, how? By providing for the poor and the stranger. How? By leaving the edges of the field unharvested, right? Within this Torah reading and feeding that we have here, that we have right here for Kedoshim. Give me one moment right here just to bring up the placeholder. Okay, here we go. That's one way. And also leaving any pieces, anything that they left behind when they harvest, right? Anything that they left behind to let that remain during the harvest. During when? During the harvest for who? For the poor, the poor to do what? To gather as food. This is called the leket, right? Leket, right? So it's like during harvest time, we gather our crops, right? But we don't thoroughly gather every little bit, no, we leave some behind. Those who have land rights. See, remember when you talk about you are what your father is, some of the other black Hebrews, like they be talking about, oh, your father, and there's some truth to it, but they exaggerate it. You see, the exaggeration is like the devil. You know what I mean? It goes beyond. You know what I mean? There's a context, yeah. But then you go beyond. But what that's really talking about in Numbers is actually talking about which of the Israelites would have land rights and the work that they must put in to fight, right? And the first set of ones that were numbered, when the Hebrew Israelites don't tell you this part, but those who were numbered according to their pedigree, right? They were the same ones that cursed the land. They cursed the Afro-Canaanite land, right? Yahweh was going to destroy them. Moses plea bargained for them. Those are them who wandered to death in the wilderness, right? Just want to point that out, right? But now, when the sons did come in, the proper sons that did have faith and did the work, right? And they got land, right? According to their inheritance, it was because they could prove, right, that they descended from one of the 12 sons of Yaakov, of Jacob, also known as Yisrael, right? And they are the ones, when it talks about giving tithes of the land, they are the ones to give the tithe of the land, right? See, one might think that everybody gave tithe, but if you didn't have land, how are you going to give tithe? How are you going to give a tenth of what? What you going to give a tenth of? You're going to go to the store and buy something? That's not the same thing. Not like playing church. That's not the same thing, So right here, this part, the Israelites practicing mercy and providing for the poor and stranger by leaving the edges of the field unharvested. And this is called in the Hebrew the payah. Payah. I know it sounds like payah, like somebody paying, right? Payah, the payah. And leaving any pieces that had remained behind during the harvest for the poor to gather as food, as leket. But this is an instruction to those Israelites, right? Especially the sons, the mandam, and many who perhaps them or their fathers would go to the war against the Afro-Canaanites to begin with to get the land, right? They are the ones that would observe this. You see what I'm saying? They're the ones that who are in charge to observe this, because not everyone had land rights. You see, not everyone had land rights, right? Yes, there is one command. There's one Torah, right, to the homeborn, the Israelites, even those who could trace their descent to the patriarchs and to the stranger that sojourned amongst them. But that did not go to the promise that he made to the forefathers, to Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. So, in other words, the land rights were exclusively Israel, and it was exclusively those Israelites, right? The men usually that could trace their descendancy, right, to their pedigree to their forefathers. But coupled with that, they would be primarily charged with putting in that work, the work of going to war, the work of defending the land, and also the work of during harvest time to make sure that they left that which behind to the poor, you know what I mean? And also during the appropriate times to bring forth their tithes. Because remember, they were the ones who owned land. So in other words, if I was an Israelite, but I didn't have any land, right? Maybe I work for you as an Israelite and you own land. Maybe I lived on your land as a fellow Israelite. I'm of the same tribe, but you have land rights. That means when it's time to give tithe and to store up tithe, you do that. You know what I mean? When it's time to do the harvest, to remind us and make sure that none of us, fully glean the land, it's your job to do that. Well, as an Israelite, it's my job to observe it as well. But you are the one that have to bring forth the tithe. Why? Because he has blessed you with the land right. I just basically, in a sense, sojourn on your land, even though I'm an Israelite. So basically, not every Israelite had to pay tithes, right? And the tithes was not money, but it was the crops, right? And the animals. And when the tithe was converted into money, it was not to give the priest them money, so to speak. It was so that when you go and observe a holiday and you're one Israelite who had land, you would be storing up during the 7 years, the appropriate tithe, and maybe it was too far to carry all of that, so you convert that into money, and then you brought your whole family, and then you brought the stranger, and then you brought the widow, and then you brought the Levite, right? And when you go there, it's basically a feast on you. Basically, we're feasting and celebrating Yahweh based on what he has given to you, your tithes. So even when the tithes was converted to money, right? Because some say there never was money. Well, no, there wasn't money, but when the way was too long, Torah says, right, it would be converted, right? One may convert it to money, but that was not to give to the priest. That was when we went to wherever Yahweh placed his name, say to Jerusalem, you know what I mean? That whatever we desired, basically would be bought there. Whatever good things, of course, we're talking about good things. We're talking about Torah, right? But, would be provided. We will have a feast. It would basically be like a party. Right? I know some people say, oh, no, it would be a party. Well, yes, it basically says that. It says that whoever had that land right, you know what I mean, who could trace his pedigree to one of the 12, right? And then him or his ancestor fought for the land. Now he has the land. Then he has to collect the tithe, and there's one set of tithe, right, where he stores for when he does make that pilgrimage. He is to take his family, especially the woman and children that could travel. If they couldn't travel, they could be left behind. It wasn't obligatory that the woman had to show up, right? But it was obligatory that the sons had to show up, and for sons shoot up, and he had rights and he brought tithes, then he was not to forget about the orphan. He was not to forget about the widow. He was not to forget about the Levite. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times people don't put those parts there together. You know what I mean? But they also were to leave fallen fruits from their orchards or their vineyards for the needy to eat. So it wasn't like people, other nations, do harvesting today where they even, they throw in the basket what falls on the ground. They put everything in there. You know what I mean? They go back almost and sweep the dirt to pick up any little thing that fell behind. No, 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 no. That's not how it was supposed to be for Yisrael, especially for the Israelites that had received such rights. They were to leave fallen fruits from their orchards for the needy to eat. In other words, basically they will go and collect the harvest one time. We'll go through the land, collect it one time, right? And then whatever is left behind, poor people can come on there and they can take, right? And we should not shoot. Oh, that's my land. Get away from my tree. That was wicked, right? That was regarded as wicked, right? And that could jeopardize the covenant. But you can imagine that, many of if it was we people who are those people, well, we know what happened. But the 10 words called the 10 commandments were then restated. And the people were further instructed not to do what? Not to insult the deaf or put a stumbling block before the blind. Hmm. Hmm. It's kind of funny. I'm thinking about that one right there about the insult the deaf or put a stumbling block before the blind. Just how we speak. What you can't hear me? What's wrong with you? You can't hear me? We'd be saying wild stuff, and maybe somebody does have hearing problem. Never know. It can happen. We're talking about flesh. Anyway, they were to use a good eye. What's called a good eye. The good eye, right? When judging others and not to bear grudges. In fact, in the Torah, it speaks about having the bad eye. How do you look at people? Do you look at people with the good eye, the beneficial eye, right? Or the harmful? Indeed, the essence of Kedusha, of holiness, set apartness, may be stated as simply, and this is what the ancient sages had come to the conclusion of, and even in the time of Moshiach, Robenu, he even said it, right? Because this is what the true scholars of Torah, aka rabbis and other Talmudim disciples, understood. From studying the scripture, how could we sum up this idea of Kedusha? Right? Kedusha. So when Yeshua even said, "You shall love your neighbor as thyself," he wasn't making up something new. He was stating to them something they should already have known, but had failed to practice. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. Elohim further instructs the people to love the stranger in their midst. Right? The only difference between the stranger in our midst, right, and the stranger who is of a other nation somewhere else is this stranger is living amongst us, and we are Yisrael, and the covenant was given to us. We have been chosen for a purpose, right? So therefore, if we show wrong or show bad, it's not just on us, but it's on our God, our Father, our Creator. Check. So we were further instructed to love the stranger in their midst. Kamoka. Actually, kamoka in the Hebrew means kamo means as or like ka, you or you male. Kamoka would mean like yourself, male, right? Like yourself, right? Like, so though the stranger not an Israelite, say the stranger's a man, right? We should love him, as ourselves. So we shouldn't disrespect him as a man because, he's a stranger. He's from another nation. We Israel. And let me show you over here in the scrolls. No, we should love them kamoka, Yahweh says. Love them as, right? Love them themselves as they love themselves. For the Beta Israel, Yisrael, were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. So the hypocrisy of some, BHIs. We're talking about, oh, look what the Egyptians did to us. Whoa, 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 whoa. They didn't want to let us go, right? And, well, when we come into the kingdom, they're going to be bowing down and licking the bottom of my shoe. I know maybe they don't say that specifically, but it's nonsense like that. It'd be better to say that, like just some wild joke than the way they say it seriously. It violates, right? It violates the fundamental principle of Kedusha. For example, if the other nations did us evil and we say, all right, we're going to get you back. We're going to do evil just like you did to us, right? Wouldn't that make us equal to them? And therefore, wouldn't that make us evil? Now, of course, somebody might say, well, if the Lord is going to tell us we're going to do that, show me where do you say we're going to do that? All right, without twisting it up. And if you find that in a prophetic verse, it doesn't change the principle here, right? This principle is still true. That's why in the new covenant, Yeshua quoted what? The old covenant. Check, because the principles are still true. So there's also the laws of Kilayim. Kilayim. We're going to get into more details, but Kilayim, Kilayin, Kilayim. They are then given. What is this? Kilayim is a series of prohibitions against the intermixing of certain breeds and species, right? So getting into this set apartness, it even goes as far as what we know as kalayim, which is a series of prohibitions against intermixing of certain breeds and certain species. The Beta Israel, the Bnei Yisrael, must not interbreed different species of cattle or mix different types of seed in their field. You know what I mean? So that means if this field is wheat, then just put wheat seeds in it. Don't mix a little bit of something different. You like variety is the spice of life. No, no, no. Yes, variety is good, right? But there must not be a intermixing of different species. In words, the cattle, all this stuff that's going on today, right? And was going on then. Ain't nothing new in the sun. Or mix different type of seeds in their field. Now, this here brings a whole interesting point today when we think about what's going on with food and food production. A mango, a mango and guago. Yeah, this is a guago. A what? A guago. It's a little bit of this, it's a little bit of that. Well, Yahweh said it's for us not to do that. Maybe it's good for others, but for us, it's a violation. They and we are also not to wear clothing made from the mixture of two kinds of fabric. These are some very interesting areas of study, even outside of the specific Torah reading and feeding here, right? Because even on that point about wearing clothing made of different, like two kinds of fabric, there's some very interesting, I might call it secular. There's not really a religious study, but one saw this here, and well, actually, they started to find harmful side effects from mixing of fabrics, right? And then maybe a Jew, a Yehudi amongst them, might have shouted out, "Hey, that sounds like sha'atnets." And they said, "Sha'atnets? What's sha'atnets? Sha'nez? Oh, that's the mixing of two kind of fabric that here in the Torah said that we're not to do it." And then they actually found a scientific justification behind why that's not a good thing to do and why there can be various physical side effects, health related side effects with the mixing, right, of two kinds of fabric. So there's real study behind something that others would say, "Oh, this is superstitious. The Israelites were just superstitious." No, right? There's actually real evidence, right, and real side effects that are medically and scientifically documented. In addition, the fruit of a newly planted tree. Notice this. So when ones and ones will be in the land, and there's like you planted a new fruit tree, right? Well, the fruit of newly planted trees may not be eaten. Just want to pause there for a moment. Everybody said, "What do you mean they can't be eaten? So why we're planting it to begin with?" Okay, here the fullness. The fruit of a newly planted tree was not to be eaten until the 5th year, right? Until the 5th year. The 5th year, yeah. So that means the 5th year, yeah. That means so we plant a tree today. It's a fruit tree, whatever kind of fruit tree, right? And so every year, we're seeing how it goes about, right? And fruit is beginning to grow, on it, produce fruit. But none of that do we eat. We're not to eat none of that, right? Until the 5th year, right? Until the 5th year. And any fruit yielded by the tree in these years is called orla, right? Or like blocked, right? It's like blocked, orla. I think it's in a sense like almost like uncircumcised in a sense. It's like blocked. Right now, that one is an interesting one. Not to get into the details behind that, but just make note of that. So the fruit of a newly planted tree may not be eaten, right, until the 5th year. And any fruit yielded by the tree in these years is called orla, block. The interesting thing I found out, because after reading some of this, we began to recognize things that we had heard before, like professional wine growers, some professional wine growers, right? They also say the same thing, that when they start a vineyard, they start growing grapes, that for I think several years, for like 3 to 5 or so years, right? None of those first grapes that are grown, right, do they use in making wine. It's almost like the land has to, that whole process is, it's like it got to get in its groove, right? But there's real world backative to this. But here's the point. All this was mentioned years ago. Well, not years ago, but one can say thousands of years ago, right? Thousands of years ago, and was thought by many people to be superstitious, right? For example, the fruit from the tree is orla, is forbidden, it's blocked off during the first 4 years after the tree was planted. During the 4th year, all the fruit is considered fit, right? During the what? The 4th year, the fruit is considered, right? The fruit is considered fit for Yahweh, for Elohim, and therefore it is holy. In the 5th year, the fruit can be eaten, right? Can be eaten personally, right? That's in Leviticus chapter 19, verses 23 to 25, for ones who are curious, about that. Now I'm thinking about this, the whole tree. You remember the whole thing about the tree, right? What's the first tree, right? That what's the big tree? It's a tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right? When it told them not to eat of that, right? Could it be something to this effect, right? Could it be that perhaps when they matured or when it was the right time, right? So this is kind of interesting here with the fruit from the tree that is considered orla, right? That's considered forbidden and blocked. So in the 4th year, is fit for Elohim, and therefore it's like offered, you know what I mean, in that sense, right? And holy, therefore it's offered to Elohim. Then in the next year, right, the fruit of the tree may be eaten, may be eaten by, you can say, the planter and those who the tree, more or less is their tree, so to speak. Lastly, but not leastly, just to seal up here, this is just to kind of bring out holiness, set apartness, right? So is set apartness or holiness what we call ourselves? I'm holy, I'm set apart. But here it tells us here from the Torah, it's by what you do. What you do. What you do, what do you do that's different than the other guy or the other guy? What is it that makes you separate or different? You see what I'm saying? So the same thing here. It's not just, well, I'm holy, like it says in the scripture, holier than thou. Holier than thou what? You see the holier than thou attitude is false, because the holier than thou attitude, you're holier than somebody else. How? Just because you said so? You said you're holy, right? You know what I mean? Demonstration, manifestation. Various other laws, Torot, are also given here, including Torot or laws. And when we say Torot, we're saying laws in the plural sense, which is direction, instructions against various, for lack of a better word, occult practices, right? Including divination, including, I would dare say, other people's divination. What do you mean, other people's divination? Well, what's at the root of divination? Divine. Right? So other people had their ways that they contacted the divine and who they thought the divine was and what they did to propitiate or whatever. That's for them, right? Eating blood, right? Against eating blood, against defiling and disfiguring the body, to say like the temple, right? Engaging in prostitution, right? And the despicable, disgusting, heinous practice of child sacrifice. Sexual immorality also is strictly prohibited, and there are punishments for sexual, right, sins, right? These are also defined here in the holiness set apartness code. The people are warned to keep all these Torot, these direction instructions, or to face, right, being vomited out. When it says the land shall spew you out, but in the Hebrew sense, it's like spit you out and even vomit you out, right? So notice this, that ones that would do these sort of things will be spit out of the land, that the land would like refuse them, right? And this makes you think about some areas of the world that are very much green and some areas of the world that are very much dry. You know what I mean? Something has happened to show the effect of man in his environment. How people affect the environment. There's just this little point I like to make. It's in one of the states, I forget which state it was, but they had a lack of water. So that somebody has some so-called ingenious idea right? To somehow take the water that they use, like from their sinks and the toilet even, and they found a way to filterize it. Yeah, they found a way to filterize it. But what they found is that even when it got filtered, right, and it was so-called a little bit better, right, that even when these things went into the land, like a lot of these from the toilets and the water from the sink and everything, it went into parts of the land, and somehow when it went into the land, through the whole process. You remember in science class they say that how the water rains and then how it goes up, it returns back up into the sky and then it comes down again. And they found that because that people were doing this, they were not properly disposing, right, of the water. They didn't have good hygienic ways. That the land, they found like people were taking a lot of drugs. They were taking a lot of the pharmaceutical drugs, and they found these byproducts, right, within the land, and they found that somehow this was getting back into the circulation through rain and other natural processes, right? So what's kind of interesting is how if people are doing certain practices, right, body fluid discharges, these things go around and around and around. You know what I'm saying? Within this closed what we say, simulation, within this closed simulation called the planet, the earthly plane, can come back, right? So the sense of the land spitting or vomiting people out is not really far-fetched, right? It can get to a certain point that because of the practice of the people, the land is very hard to live in. The land is the land is living, right? And the land is responsive, right, to the people like a cancer or a virus because of their unhygienic ways, right? But the portion right here, it ends with this, right? This 30th sabbatical study. Here we're reading from Leviticus chapter 9 to Leviticus chapter 20, verse 27. It ends with this: y'all shall be holy to me. It says, y'all shall be what? Set apart to me. That's a key right there too, right? The fact that it says, y'all shall be holy to me. Let me see if I can just get this part here. Let's see, go to the last verse right here, right? Y'all shall be holy. There we go, right there, right? It says, you belong to God, children. Yeah. It says, y'all shall be holy to me. You see what it says? Holy to me. Y'all shall be set apart to me, right? So it's a relationship. You know what I mean? A covenant relationship. For I, Yahweh, am Kadosh. I am set apart. And have done what? And have severed you. Severed. Right? Here we go. Severed. Badal. Badal. Badal is an interesting word because when we read in Genesis how different things were separated, from each other. The waters and this and that was separate. It uses the same word here, right? Badal. How you were divided or separated or set apart. But this often is brought out even in translation because he has made a distinction, right? He has made a difference, right? A distinction, right? Here we go down here to divide in various senses. In the figurative senses, to separate or distinguish, differ. So when people look at Torah practicing, we say Beta Israel, they say those people are different. They do things in a different way, right? And because even the heathen notice those differences, right? In Yahweh's eyes, this fulfills this word here. Y'all shall be set apart to me, right? Well, why they do these things? Because they say that God, that Yahweh, he did this and that, and that's why they don't do what we do, because we are separated to him, to he who be who he be, right? Because he who be who he be, Yahweh Elohim, he is set apart, right? And have done what? Has severed you, right, from people, from other people, right? That we should be his, right? Yeah, and then, well, that's the final word right there. Another reminder, but be that as it may it as it be, brothers and sisters, y'all shall be separate to I, saith, for I, Yahweh, am Kadosh, and have separated you from the peoples, right? More correctly in the Hebrew, others not there, but from the peoples, like the other peoples, for the purpose that y'all should be mine, right? Should be mine. All right. So right here, just a little brief kind of overview right here. And here, just from the notes that we have, we like to pick up right here with the 5th day's Aliyah, Right, Aliyah here for the 5th day. Let's go over here. Here we go right here, right? So we're out of Acharei Mot, and I think it's 1.2 or Leviticus chapter 19. Let's just cue this up right here. Leviticus chapter 19. This will be the 5th Aliyah for a double portion, 1915 to 1932. Right, what a year, 1915 to 1932. So here in the Kedoshim, let's bring this up right here. Here in the Kedoshim section for the double portion, we'll be reading and listening to the second reading and the third reading right here for the 5th day of the Shavua of this double portion. Oh, yeah.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here, for the Sheni Aliyah for Kedoshim, here in a double portion. It's the Hamishi. Here we are at the 5th in a double portion, Acharei Mot, in a double portion. Here picking up with Leviticus chapter 19, here at verse 15. The Sheni Aliyah for Vayikra Kedoshim for the 30th Torah portion reading and feeding is the Hamishi, the 5th of offering, the 5th Aliyah. Here. Lo ta isu arel ma ba Misha Pata Lo Tisa Fene Dala Willo Tehdara Fene Gadol De Edeka Tishpota Miteka. Ye y'all shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou, the eye, shall not respect the person of the poor, nor favor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Lo ta'isu awela ba mishpata. Y'all, ye shall not do unrighteousness in judgment. Lo ta'isu awel, lo ta'isu awela ba mishpata, lo tisa fene dal. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor. Show undue favoritism to the person of the poor because they're poor. Lo tisa fene dal, with lo tehdara fene gadol, be edek, nor favor the person of the mighty in righteousness. Be edek tishpota miteka, but in righteousness, b'tzedek, shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Tishpota miteka, lo ta'isu avela ba mishpata, lo tisa fene dal, u'lo tehdara b'nei gadol, b'tzedeka tishpota miteka.
And the beginning of the second aliyah, the Sheni here at verse 15. Lo ta isu awel ba mishpat
lo tisa fine dalo lo tehedar b'nei gadol b'tzedeka tishpota mideka. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. Ani Yahuwah, I be Jehovah, he who be who he be. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor, and not suffer chatiyat, sin, Acharei, upon him. Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Ani Yahuwah, I be Jehovah, he who be who he be. Ye shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind. Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed, neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon thee. And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid betrothed to an husband, and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given her, she shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death, because she was not free. And he shall bring his trespass offering to the Yahweh, he who be who he be, to the Petach, the door of the Ohel Moed, of the tabernacle of the congregation, the tent of meeting, even a ram for a trespass offering. And Kohen, the priest, shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering, Lifnei Yahuwah, before Jehovah, for his chati'at, for his Acharei, his sin, his lack, his forfeiture, which he hath done. And the chati'at, the Acharei, the sin, the lack, the forfeiture, which he hath done, shall be forgiven him. And here's the fulfillment of the second aliyah, the Sheni, and here at verse 23, we pick up with the Shalishi, the third aliyah, the Shalishi, at verse 23. Wiki tabu ilaha aretza unat aetem kola eitz ma'ikal wa iraltem ara lato eta pio shalosh shanim yihye lakem Erelim lo Yaakov
Akel. Verse 23 for the Shalishi, the third Aliyah. And when ye all shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be as uncircumcised to you. It shall not be eaten of. But in the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy, set apart to praise the Yahweh, he who be with all. And in the 5th year shall ye all eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield to you the increase thereof. Ani Yahweh Elohim, I be the Yahweh, who be, we be your Elohim. Ye, y'all, shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall ye use enchantment, nor observe times. Ye all shall not round the corners of your heads, neither shalt thou mar the corners of thy beard. Ye all shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. Ani Yahweh, I be the Yahweh, he who be Jehovah. Do not prostitute thy daughter, to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness, righteousness. Ye all shall keep my Sabbaths, and reverence my sanctuary. Ani Yahweh, I be Jehovah. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, Obia, neither seek after wizards, to be defiled by them. Ani Yahweh Elohim, I be Jehovah, your Elohim. Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head, the gray haired, and honor the face of the old man, and fear and reverence, respect Eloheka, the I Elohim. Ani Yahweh, I be Jehovah.
Yes. So right there. For the 5th day's aliyah here in the double portion, the 2nd and the 3rd aliyot from the 2nd of the double portion, Kedoshim. So right there, we got to see it just briefly. About to write up today's daily psalm, but briefly right there, looking at some of the notes here. Here we go. So just bring this through right here. just briefly, stay tuned for the second song, today's daily song. Why do the heathen rage? So right here in this reading, the third in the Kedoshim Aliyah. Here we have Leviticus chapter 19, verses 23 to 25. I just want to zoom in on this section, just a little overview right here. Right? Y'all shall keep my statutes. It opens the second series of commandments, imperatives. Then we had this is the kalayim, the mixed stuff right here, kalayim, right? Kalayim, kalay, separation, kalay. Then also the sha'atnez, the mixed fabrics, right? Sha'atnez, kalayim, bagad, yeah, and then you notice over here in this is Deuteronomy 22:11. Lo tilbash, you shall not dress. Sha'at anez, tzemer, uwa fishatim, yachdao. Here, this brings out that you should not dress or wear, right? So we have lo tilbash, labash, to wear, right? Thou shalt not wear a garment, right, of diverse sorts of woolen and of linen together, right? So here, let's go down here, boom, 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 boom. We'll take let's take this one here, the Hebrew. Lo tilbash sha'at nez. So the sha'at nez is like fabrics that are mixed, like part this, part that, Tzemer, but here, speaking of the sha'at nez of tzemer, of wool, right? And fishtim, peshtim. Tzema ufishtim yachdao. Yachdao is like together as one. Yachdao, these which are together as one. Right? So we have right here the sha'at nez. Right? Mixed stuff. Fabric of mixed weave. In other words, it's a little bit linsey and woolsey. Linsey, like of linen, right? Linsey woolsey, like a little mixed garment. A kind of cloth forbidden for garments. Cloth made by weaving linen and woolen together. Right? So this is what they call as linsey woolsey. That is cloth of linen and wool carded and spun together. Right? This is the specific of it, but here's where interesting teaching on sha'at nez, like garments of mixed materials, mixed material garments. Specifically speaking of the wool and the linen, refers to a cloth or garment woven of wool and flax, the flax or the linen, to a mixed fabric, therefore, right? Let's scroll down here. So that's one section here. Interesting. All the symbolical, mystical, moral, utilitarian reasons that have been supposed to lay at the foundation of these commands, they say are foreign to the spirit of the law. We can see symbolism, we can see mysticism, we can see some moral and utilitarian reasons, but that kind of goes beyond just because, okay, we can say, well, if we do this, we can see in another way how it's good. But it wasn't because the Israelites saw it in another way how it's good. It's because this was part of the terms and the conditions. You know what I mean? Do as directed. Now here goes into like servants or pseudo slaves, servants, personal rights. We can touch on that. That's a big point. Because some people say, well, the white man, so-called European in America, he did a lot of these things because of what is written here. No, he didn't. He didn't observe that. Otherwise, our so-called ancestors would have served maybe up to 7 years, maybe 10, right? Or at least 12 years. You know what I'm saying? 12 years a Slav, and then it would have been over. But they did not observe this, right? But they fooled themselves. A lot of, it's the same thing the church does right now, even the so-called pseudo-black church, the degraded black church nowadays does. You know how they lie. They take something like the tithe, talk about prosperity, gospel, and all that, but never really deal, with the commandment, right? The laws, the statute, the ways of living, You know what I'm saying? But always kind of take something out of the scripture. So the same thing the Slav master did too, right? He said that, oh, look, these black people, they are Hamites and they're cursed. But then people had a Bible. If you open it to the verse, it doesn't say anything about Ham being cursed. It says Canaan. But they stuck us with this Ham thing. You see what I'm saying? So that's what they did. They kind of fooled ones with that. But that's another part right there. This is the part we want to zoom in on, Leviticus 19:23 to 25, what we had mentioned in the overview. So the garden fruit was also to be sanctified to Yahweh. So we notice in holiness, it doesn't just cover, okay, we are to be holy, but we and that which belongs to us, that which is ours, is to be set apart. Mm-hmm. It wasn't like we, like in some mysticism. Some people have this mystic sense. So, well, we know we are holy because you see our ideas are, yeah, well, if our ideas are really set apart, then it's ideas that's at the heart of action, right? So that means our action. That's what it said, judge a tree, right? Because somebody calls it that. We should judge a tree on what people call it, right? No, that goes against what Robenu said, judge a tree by its fruit. But here it's speaking about the garden fruit, right? Was also to be sanctified. That means set apart, holiness to Yahweh, right? When the Israelites had planted all kinds of fruit trees in the land of Canaan, or what we call the Afra Canaanite land, they were to treat the fruit of every tree as uncircumcised. So when we talk about orla, the whole orla idea actually refers to uncircumcised. Let's bring that out right here. Let's see if we can do that right here. Okay, wow, we're already over here. What was that? That was 23. Okay, let's go over here to 23. That was 23. Let's bring on heavier. So it says, when y'all shall come. Notice it's the ye sense. It's not saying you, singular man, but ye, y'all, right? Speaking to all Israel like as one. Into the land, right? And shall plant all manner of trees for food. Then you shall count the fruit of the tree. You shall count, right? Arel, right? Shall remain uncircumcised. Count uncircumcised, right? The latter sense regarding man, count as foreskin, to regard as uncircumcised. And that means, agriculturally speaking, to remain unharvested. Mm-hmm. So in planting those fruit trees, they were basically, year after year, you say, wow, it's really growing, right? But you should be looking forward to like the fourth and mainly the fifth year, right? The fourth to give an offering to Yahweh, and then the fifth year, right? To count as uncircumcised, right? This word arel, it literally means the ancient sense of to strip, right? To expose or to remove the prepuce, prepus, like this is, remember the word here can apply literally, it applies to the foreskin, but in the figure of speech, in the second of the Hebrew two truths, it's applied, for example, right here to the fruit of the tree, right? The figurative sense of that means to refrain from using, right? But literally is to count as uncircumcised, right? So all those fruit growing on those newly planted trees, right, is almost similar to like being uncircumcised, right? So to count as uncircumcised. So here for uncircumcised, it has arel, the verb, remain uncircumcised, and then it has here orla. So orla, the word orla, come from arel, right? From that word comes orla. So the verb arel, right, to be counted as uncircumcised. And here we have the noun foreskin or uncircumcised, right? Prepus, right? Prepus, right? Arel, there's the verb right there. So here's the part that we're reading, right? And it says 3 years shall it be uncircumcised to you, right? It shall not be eaten of, right? And look what it says, in the fourth year, because it says the fruit for 5 years. That means when we, the farmer, can utilize it, is in the fifth year. But in the fourth year, right, all the fruit thereof of such newly planted trees shall be holy to praise Yahweh withal. Now, the sense of this in the Hebrew is right here. Holiness of praise, right, to Yahweh shall be holiness of praise of Isis, right? So that means it's brought forward, as like an offering, right? And then when we get to the 5th year, shall ye, y'all, like we, those who plant the newly planted tree, shall eat the fruit thereof, that it may yield to you the increase thereof. That it may yield the increase thereof. And I submit to you, just on the fact that this came from the Creator, is that there are scientific, right, and actual documented reasons that if this was done, or if this is done, it really does lead to more productive fruit from that tree, right? Be that as it may, right? We'll pick up on that hopefully another time. And we get this over here just so we can get through this right here. Okay, we have to scroll down to where is it? Where are we right here? I think we missed over this section right here. Here we go. Right. So just to bring out the uncircumcised, right? Orla, right? Orla for the first 3 years. Like, in other words, that means because uncircumcised, right? So we might be able to understand more about the physical circumcision if we understand the word and how the word applies, both in the sense of, say, with man, right, the male member, right, but also the principle of it, because the same principle of the word applies to the tree. The singular, right, or lato, right, refers to call, all, and arel, right, denominative from the orla, to make into a foreskin, to treat as uncircumcised, to throw away as unclean or unedible. That is the operative sense of it. So the tree is growing, right? 2 years, 3 years, it's uncircumcised. 4th year is for praises. 5th year is for fruit for us to eat. The reason for this command is not to be sought for in the fact that in the first 3 years, fruit trees bear only a little fruit. So somebody say, well, that's logical because it don't bear much fruit. That's not the reason. And that somewhat insipid. The fruit is not really, like I mentioned about the vine, people who grow wine. They say how they allow it to grow for some years, but they don't use that to make the wine, right? But then after they allow that kind of time of uncircumcision, the uncircumcised not use, that this is what grows, this is what produces the good wine, right? And that if the blossom or fruit is broken off the first year, the trees will bear all the more plentifully afterwards. Some say that might be a reason why, though this end would no doubt be thereby attained. So it is true that when a fruit or blossom, a tree, newly planted tree, in the first couple of years, you don't take that fruit, but you break off, that which has grown. It does tend to make it grow more plentifully. But what this rests on more than anything is upon the same holiness and ethical grounds, right? The ethics, the moral, the principle. Beta Israel, Yisrael, was to treat the fruits of horticulture, right, with the most careful regard as a gift, matana of Ha-Elohim. Now, this here, as we study this here and get the principles, we need to kind of circle again to the Gan Ba'eden, the Garden of Eden, right? And even that prohibition, right? There's no doubt a reason, right? That's according to the same principle, same today, yesterday, and forever. And to sanctify, set it apart, the enjoyment. So we sanctify, make holy the enjoyment of them by a thank offering, right? So notice we give a thank offering before we even, eat of it ourselves. In the 4th year, the whole of the fruit was to be a holiness of praise for Yahweh, to be offered to Yahweh as a holy sacrificial gift in praise and thanksgiving for baraka, that he had bestowed upon the fruit trees. Now, this offering falls into the category of first fruits. So even here in the season where we are from Passover, from first fruits, and the resurrection, counting the 7 Shabbats to the morrow after the 7th Shabbat, is all speaking to the same point of the first fruits, the same category. And was no doubt given up entirely to Yahweh for the servants of the altar. So who was it given to? By giving this to Yahweh, it was given to the Levites and the Kohanim, right? Because of their service. It's like almost like a payment for their service. But we offer to Yahweh, but they, right, would reap an enjoyment. Although the expression, right, what's his halulim, right, asa halulim, right, though this expression we find over here. Let's look at this right here, get to the simple English, for the start. Let's go here, go down to easy, the light, KJV light. And they went out into the field and gathered their vineyards and trode, like they trampled, they crushed, they trode the grapes. And they did what? They made merry, right? Holiness, right? To Yahweh. They made merry, right? And they went into the house, right, of their Elohim and did eat and drink and cursed Abimelech, right? This just to kind of show, this kind of idea there with the fruit, right? A sense of holiness. It seems to point to the sacrificial meals of the first fruits that had already been reaped. And this is the way in that Josephus in his writings, Antiquities 4 and 8 and 19, explain the command. For Leviticus chapter 19:25, they were not to eat the fruits till the 5th year, right? To add, right, its produce to you by the baraka, the blessing of Yahweh, not by breaking off the fruits that might set in the first years. So just let it grow, let it grow, let it grow, let it grow, right? And then just here, right here, we have the Israelites abstaining also from all unnatural, idolatrous, and heathenish conduct that other people did, right? Leviticus 19:26, not to eat upon blood, right? No flesh that blood still lay at the foundation, which was not entirely cleansed of blood, right? So we get the, command against blood, right? What's this right here? Maintain that an eye literally to ogle, then to bewitch with an evil eye. Okay, that's interesting. But anyway, excuse I right there. Then we get the command about, not rounding the corners of your head, right? Not to cut the hair in a circle from one temple to the other, right? As some of the Arab tribes had done, right? And then it goes into some detail to show how other people had customs where they round the corners, right, of their hair, right, of the heads. Neither shall thou mar the corners of thy beard. So that means like something like a goatee, and nothing against ones who have a goatee, but that's not it, right? By cutting it off, right? Right. So right here, then don't make any cuttings in your flesh, right? On account of a soul, right? That's what it literally says. Like it says, make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead. The King James says for the dead, but in the Hebrew, it speaks about for like a dead soul or for an account of a soul, right? As many tribes and peoples have done, and some still do, nor make engraven or branded writings upon yourself. Two prohibitions of an unnatural disfigurement of the body, right? The first refers to passionate outbursts of mourning, right? Common among the excitable nations of the East, particularly in the southern parts. We see that, even in certain African tribes and Asian and other tribes. Even the European tribes, they had some similar things. And to the custom of scratching the arm, hands, and the face, right? That is said to have prevailed amongst the Babylonians and Armenians, the Scythians, ancient Romans. Some things were still practiced among the Arabs and the Persians. I mean, even the so-called Abyssinians, some of the tribes of the Horn of Africa, the non-Hebrew and Israelite tribes of Ethiopia, right? They also did some of these things. Apparently, they held its ground, right, among the Israelites, notwithstanding the prohibition. Interesting how they say that there about the Abyssinians. They say, and the Abyssinians of the present day, this is around the 1800s, right? And which apparently held its ground among the Israelites, notwithstanding the prohibition. Because even some of these earlier authors, they recognized that there were, right, tribes and remnants in the Horn of Africa, as the scripture says, and among Cush, right? Among Cush, right? As well as to the custom that also is forbidden, right, of the cutting off of the hair of the head and the beard, like in some practices of mourning, right? So basically, we can see that it was speaking to customs that the people, no doubt, saw other people do, and maybe that they may have been tempted to do, or maybe even some had done. Even when we concern tattooing, a custom not only, right, very common among the so-called savage tribes, but still met with in Arabia, right? Now, even the tattooing is an interesting thing, right? We're not saying that tattooing is permitted, but there's a specificness of the commandment where it says tattooing for the dead, right? The tattooing for the dead, right? For the dead. That's part of the same customs was done like in honor of so-called, people who had passed away, like, so one can remember. We know many of us, many of y'all and us may have done these things, but even if you had done these things, right, one can get it removed or just do it no more. The point is, with knowledge comes light. And in Egypt, among both men and women of the lower orders, had no reference to idolatrous usages, but was intended to inculcate upon the Israelites a proper reverence for Elohim's creation. So some things was done because of honoring the dead. Other things were just other people's things that they did. And some people did it in the sense, these marring of the body, disfigurement, because they thought it was a beautification, right? Now, I know somebody might say, well, what about if somebody like gets injured, right? And they have to get part of their face or some part of their body reconstructed. That is not what it's speaking about. Leviticus 19:29. Do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, a 304, lest the land fall to whoredom, 304 done, right? And the land become full of vice. Isn't that an interesting one right there? Right? As I mentioned before, in the study, they found that because the people in a certain town was taking a lot of kind of like different kind of pharmaceutical drugs, they found that because they tried to recycle the water, right, from the toilet and the what they call it, the sinks and everything, they found that this was still there in both the water, right, and smaller, but it was still there, and it also was there in the environment. So it was like the byproduct of the people. But here it's more specific. Do not prostitute your daughter. And there's an interesting connection between the daughter, right? A daughter per se, right? Being a female, and the land being female. But the reference is not to spiritual whoredom or idolatry, but to fleshy whoredom, right? Now, the word that's used is Zimma, who got the keys to the Bema, right? The Zimma, essentially Zima. Here we have Zima being only used in this connection, Zima. So the word Zima brings out like whoredom, not of a spiritual, right, or idolatry, but more fleshy whoredom. If a father caused his daughter to become a prostitute, immorality would it soon become predominant. Think about that. So it's almost like if you pollute the land, then you're going to kill yourself. If you pollute your daughters, right, you're going to kill yourself and the land. You see the connections? And the land, speaking about the population of the land, but also the land would fall away into whoredom, right? Then we get to 1930. What a year, 1930. And then there's an exhortation, now returns to the chief point. Remember the chief point as we began in Leviticus chapter 19, I think around verse 2 and 3. The exhortation returning to the chief point, the observance of Yahweh's Sabbaths, once again, Sabbaths, right? Both the weekly Sabbath, seventh day, and the feast festival, the appointed times, and reverence for his sanctuary, the holy place. What's interesting is that the sanctuary was to be regarded with reverence and purified. But then we have the instructions also concerning the body. Of course, in the Brit Chadash, that we get the fullness that the body is to be the temple, right? So you can see the likeness between the sanctuary, right, as a type of the body, right, and then bringing us in the fullness as we grow up in grace and the knowledge of the Moshiach, right, as the body, right, that embrace the true method of divine worship as laid down in the ritual commandments. When Yahweh's day is kept set apart, holy, a holy reverence for the Yahweh sanctuary, it lives in the heart, heartical. Not only are many sins, many missing the mark sins, uckeries, forfeitures avoided, but social, get this here, the social and domestic life is pervaded by a reverence of the Creator, a reverence, a fear of God, the reverence of the Creator, and characterized by chasteness and proprietary, right? So we go on right here, the true reverence of Yahweh, not to get into these details now. Oh, here's the part we want to touch on under this section, not right here, right now, but just to put this on the record. 1931, right? Here, Briefly, the true fear of Elohim, of the Creator, however, awakens confidence, my boldness, strength, right, in Yahweh and his guidance, right, and excludes all superstitious and idolatrous ways and methods of discovering the future. A lot of people want to know what's going to happen in the future. You know what I mean? And this thought, it pervades the way for the warning against turning to familiar spirits or seeking after wizards. Now, the word in Hebrew is likened to what people in the Caribbean and some other places call obia. So we have obia, right? So in a sense, you may think of like obia, and think about reason and heal up to Brother Seymour. His reason, got to pick up on that reasoning. Yeah. That you notice how even the obia man or the obia woman, how they use the Bible. Interesting, right? So it's a real thing. It is a real thing. But as we say also, right, as we say, Ein od malvado. Ein od malvado. It's a Hebrew statement that means Ein od malvado, or Ein od malvado. There's none other but he. As it says, there's no like divination, against, Israel against Jacob. There's no divination, so there's a belief in that reverence of Yahweh, since he be the one, right? And any power that may be, right, basically comes from or is dependent on him allowing it power. Therefore, if somebody says, oh, they did something against you, all you say is like, Ein od malvado, and believe that, right? That there is none other. It's more, if they smack you with their hand, it's more effective than their obia, right? To those who are in the way. Now I want to just mention this right here. Just let's see if we can just get back to this right here, because since I'm on this particular point, it'll be good to bring out the verse right here for y'all all to see it, because this is an important teaching. Because some say, well, a lot of that is real. Yeah, of course there's a realness to it. Of course. You know what I mean? But as we say right here in 23:23, should have remembered that. 23:23, Numbers. Surely, for sure, no doubt about it. Surely no enchantment against Yaakov. So who we be? Right? We be of Yaakov, of Yisrael. So there's no enchantment. There's no what? There's no nachash. Nachash means divination, enchantment. But notice this word, nachash, the noun, is related to nachash, to practice divination, right? Now, what's interesting about this word right here, nachash, right? We also have the word for serpent. The word for serpent is nachash. The word for serpent, the serpent in the garden in Hebrew, the Afro-Semitic, right, is nachash. So you see the link of nachash, right? Nachash as the noun, serpent for the person or the being, nachash, right? Then we have divination, enchantment, right? So there's no, right, enchantment against Yaakov, neither any, right? Any what? Kesem. Right? Esem, another form of this word generally translated as divination, witchcraft. We can get into the details of what is the difference between these two similar terms, right? But here, this is Esem, right? So here it says, surely, for sure, no enchantment against Yaakov, neither any divination against Israel. Now, it's whether one has faith, right? Or not, because it's impossible to please Yahweh without. And so if one discredits this, well, it won't work for you. If one credits it works. Surely no enchantment against Yaakov, neither any divination against Israel. According to this time, right, it shall be said of Yaakov, of Jacob, and of Yisrael, what hath El wrought? What hath El, the Almighty, what has El, right, wrought? So in other words, so to these things we say, what has the Almighty done? Right? We should focus on what the Almighty does. Oh, they're doing something against me. Well, they might be. Well, focus on what the Almighty does. Right? But here, right, bringing this out concerning this section here, the word here, ob, this is the word at the root of obia. Right? This is it. So think about it. Thousands of years ago, they called the same thing ob and obia. Ob, short form obia, right? Longer form ob. Ob, what does it denote? Ob, awab, ob. Ob, right? It denotes a departed spirit who was called up to make disclosures with regard to the future, right? With regard to the future, right? We have the same meaning of this word, right, in Isaiah 29:4, as well as here, and in Leviticus 20:6, as it is evident from 20:27, a man or woman whom is an Ob. You see that right there? A man or a woman who is an Ob, right? So the Ob works Obia, right? And from 1 Samuel 28:7-8, here it's speaking of Baalat. Baalat. So there's the Baal Ob is like the man who's the owner of the Ob, right? And the Baalat is like the woman, the mistress of the Ob. Baalat Ob. That's why it says in translation, a woman with such a spirit, right? Or the owner, female, of the Ob, right? The name was then applied to the necromantis himself, by whom the departed were called up. 1 Samuel 28:3, 2 Kings 23:24. The word, so we're showing you first here, Obia in the Bible, right? You have Obia in the Bible. Here we go, right here, the Ob, getting to the root. The word is connected with Ob, a skin, right? Right? Yudayno, right? Yudayno, like to know. Because ones want to know. You want to get to know something. So you go to these who can tell you something that you don't know. It is only found in connection with Ob, and denotes unquestionably a person acquainted with necromancy, or a conjurer who devoted himself or herself to the invocation, the invoicing. That's why a lot of times in some of these kind of things, you know, even as it's dramatized in movies and other things, you wonder why their voices change. Invoke, because voca means voice, vox, voca, invoicing of spirits, invoicing. The voice got deep. That means so and so, he is here. You know, the invoking of spirits, right? And sometimes they are tapping into certain fringes and fragments, right? 1 Samuel 28:7. 1 Samuel 28:7. So that section there, Obia in the Bible, right? So right here, 1932, what a year, right? This series concludes, right? The whole series here, right, of commands, right? It concludes holiness commands with moral precept before a hoary head. So the hoary head, the word hoary is an old English word for gray. Before a gray head, basically before a gray head, thou shalt rise up. In other words, that sense of honor, reverence. You know, like back in the day, it used to be that way. You know, the elder comes in the room, we all sitting down comfortably, we get up, right? You know, and they're like, no, sit back down. But still, we show that honor, we rise up. And the countenance of the person of the old man, thou shalt honor and reverence before Eloheka. We shall reverence. Notice, it didn't say that the old man, we shall reverence and fear him per se, but we shall honor and reverence before our God, because our God told us to do this, right? And our God is spirit. So is he in our spirit or is he not? So we show reverence. So Elohim is honored in the old man, right? He's honored in the old man, not because always every old man is honorable, but because Yahweh said so. Check, right? And for this reason, reverence for age is required. You know, let the foolish old man show himself foolish in his own way, but don't you be foolish and therefore violate before your creator. This virtue was cultivated even by the heathen. So when it's the heathen other nations, right? The Egyptians, the Spartans, the ancient Romans, and it is still found even in the East, even to this day. So right here, just want to touch on a few of these right here, right? Whoa. So yeah. All right. So here, we do have a psalm. We do have a psalm right here. I know we've been on this for a moment, but just want to get a good unpacking of it. It's Psalm 2, the second psalm right here. A little bit of job command, and then we'll do a build on this one right here. Right, very, very important psalm, right? Psalm 2, here's a little bit of the Ivrit, the Hebrew.
רגשו גויים ולמים מהגוריק התייצבו מלכי הארץ ברוזנים נוסדו יחד על אדוני ועל משיחו ננת כעת מוסר את תמו ונשליחה ממנו אבותמו יושב בשמיים ישחק אדוני לגלמו אז ידבר אל אמו באפו ובחרונו יבעלמו ואני נסחתי מלכי על ציון הקודשי אספרה אל חוק אדוני אמר אליי בני אתה אני היום ילדתיך שאל ממני ואתנה גויים נחלתך ואחוזתך אפסי ארץ תרום בשבט ברזל ככלי יוצר תנפצם ואתה מלכים השכילו יבשרו שופטי ארץ עבדו את אדוני בעירה וגילו ברעדה נשקו בר פנינה ותעבדו דרך כבר כמעט אפו אשרי כל חוסה בו אשרי כל חוסה בו אשרי כל חוסה בו תזמור למה רגשו גויים ולמים מהגוריק למה רגשו גויים ולמים מהגוריק למה רגשו גויים ולמים מהגוריק התייצבו מלכי הארץ ברוזנים נוסדו יחד על אדוני ועל משיחו ננת כעת מוסר את תמו והאם טובה למה רגשו גויים ולמים
And when they would come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Yes. The first verse right here. The job command right there. Here we have Mizmor Beit. Mizmor Beit. Second Psalm, Abba, Aleph Beit here. Hebrew, Aleph numerics, Mizmor, Psalm, chant, Beit. Second Psalm, Psalm I. Here we have a plot against Yahweh's Moshiach, a plot against Yahweh's Messiah. Here, the second Psalm, a plot against Yahweh's Messiah. As it says, against Yahweh, al Yahweh wa al Mashiach. Against Mashiach, his Mashiach. Here, opening verse, Lama Ragshu Goyim, Uleumim Yehigurik. Why are the nations in an uproar? Why do the heathen rage? Why are the nations in an uproar? Lama ragshu goyim. Lama, la, for ma, what? Lama, for what? Lama, why? Lama ragshu. They're in an uproar. Ragshu, they rage. Ragshu, they rage. Who they? Goyim. Who are the Goyim? The nations, the nationalities. Lama ragshu Goyim. Leumim. And Leumim. And the Leumim. And the peoples, Yehigu. They mutter. Kind of in a sense like they meditate. They mutter. Why do the heathen rage and the peoples imagine? Yehigu. Like they kind of, they mutter, but they meditate. They mutter. Yehigu reek. They mutter reek. They mutter like vanity. Then we have like the close, the beginning, the end, right? The close where it says, do homage and purity lest he be angry and you'll perish in the way when suddenly his wrath is kindled. Acharei call Jose Bo. Acharei, happiness, call all. Jose, the trusters, Ba'u, the trusters in him. Acharei call, Jose Bo. Happy are all they that take refuge in him. Acharei call, Jose Bo. So what do we have here? We have a plot against Yahweh's Mashiach, right? Against Yahweh's anointed. right? Even against the King of Kings Christ, right here. Now, the second psalm, as we open the book of Psalms, right? The book of Psalms, right? We have the first psalm, the two ways. The second psalm, a plot against Yahweh's Messiah. You say a plot against the elect of God, against Yahweh's Mashiach, right? Against Mishicho. Now, what's interesting about the first and the second psalms, they constitute actually an introduction to the Sefer Tehillim, to the Psalms, to the book of Psalms. They announce a theme that in one is one of the main motifs, a theme that's one of the main motifs that run through this book of the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, namely the Tehillim, the Psalms, the Sefer Tehillim, the book of Psalms. Man can be categorized into two categories. Man, right, is categorized into two ways, two categories. There's the goodly, the godly, and the ungodly, right? There's like the wheat and there's the chaff, so to speak. The wheat and the chaff. The contrast in their behavior and their fate is subject upon that the Psalms, the book of Psalms, the Tehillim, the praises, the Ises, the Tehillim, frequently dwell upon. Now, in some of the ancient manuscripts, the third psalm, actually, when we get to the third psalm is numbered as the first psalm. Why? Well, it emphasizes the prefatory, like as a preface, the prefatory, the mekadem character, the prefatory character of what precedes, of what goes before. Barakot 9b, ancient teaching, it declares that happy is the man. First Psalm, Acharei Ha'ish, happy is the man. Acharei Ha'ish, falsely translated as blessed is the man, but happiness, the beatitude of the man. Acharei Ha'ish, and Lama Ragshu Goyim. Why do the heathen nations, nationalities rage? Why are they in an uproar? Which is the opening verse of Psalm 2. They actually form one psalm. So when we look at it, Psalm 1 and Psalm 2, they actually form one psalm. So in some older manuscripts, the third psalm, right, is when we get to the third, right? When we get to the third psalm, right here, right? We get to the third psalm as we have, what was a note right there? As the first. The third psalm in some manuscripts is numbered as the first, right there. It's because when we study these two psalms, we have Acharei Ha'ish, happiness, beatitude, like when Yeshua spoke about the beatitudes, so the Asher, Acharei Ha'ish, and Lama Ragshu Goyim, why do the heathen rage? Why the nation the uproar? They form one psalm. In confirmation, how can we confirm this? We can confirm this, right? In confirmation of this view, it's been pointed out that every psalm that was dear to David, he opened with Acharei, happiness. And he also concluded with Acharei, happiness. For example, in Psalm 1, he opened with happy in the Hebrew, Acharei Ha'ish, as it is written, right, and properly translated as happiness, beatitude of Ha'ish, the man. And he concluded with happy. How did he conclude with happy? Acharei. He said, what? Acharei, call Jose Bo. He said, happy are all they that take refuge. Acharei, call Jose Ba'u, in him. Acharei called Jose Bo. We have this in Psalm 2, right at the 12th verse, right here. So just to put this into context, first Psalm, the Psalm of the two ways. So in the first Psalm, we have the two ways of men and people, right? And in the second Psalm, right, Psalm 2, we have the two ways of nations, nationality, Goyim, Gentiles, heathen, people groups, right? Birds of a feather, flock together. A plot against Yahweh's Mashiach, Psalm 2 right here. We also have the theme right here, right? The kingdom of God, the Malkut Elohim, and of Mashiach, of his Messiah, of his Christ, of his anointed one. To that everything, right, must bow, right? Everything must bow, right? As we mentioned already, the didactic, the teaching psalm, Psalm 1, it began with the Hebrew there is Acharei, is now followed by a prophetic psalm. So Psalm 2, Mizmor Beit, is a prophetic psalm. And Psalm 2, it closes with Acharei. Acharei, happiness, beatitude. Acharei, Kol Chosei, all the trusters, all those who take refuge, Bo, in him, right? It coincides also in other respects with Psalm 1. However, still more with Psalms of the earlier time of the kings. The earlier time of the kings, which Psalm? Psalm 59, round about verse 9, Hebraically verse 9, verse 8, verse 9. Psalm 83, verses 3 to 9. And with Yeshayahu, Isaiah's prophetic style. The rising of the confederation nations, right? Even the League of Nations, and the United Nations, and their rulers, right, against Yahweh and Mashiach and his Mashiach will be dashed to pieces against the imperturbable, all conquering power of dominion that Yahweh has entrusted to Malko, to his king, to Negusu, set upon Zion, Beino, his son. This is the fundamental thought that is worked out with the vivid directness of dramatic representation that we have in this psalm here, Psalm 2. The words of the singer and the seer, the words of the singer and seer begin and end the Mizmor. The rebels, right? The rebels, Yahweh and Mashiach, all of them come forward. The rebels, those who rebel Yahweh's will, right? Yahweh and his anointed, they come forward and they speak for themselves. However, the framework is formed by the composer's discourse that, like the choir of Greek drama, it expresses the reflections and the feelings, the vibes that are produced on the spectators, right? The spectators, all those who watch and witness this, and the hearers and hear. The poem before us is not purely lyric. It's not purely lyrical, right? The personality of the poet is, in this psalm right here, is kept in the background. The Lord's anointed, Yahweh's Messiah, who speaks in the middle of the psalm, is not the anonymous poet himself. It may, however, be a king of the time, some say, who is here regarded in the light of the messianic promise, some say, or that it will be a king of the future, right? In whom at a future period, the mission, the what? The mission, right? The the mission of the Davidic kingship in the world, in the real world, shall be fulfilled. At all events, this, right, Yahweh's Mashiach, Yahweh's anointed, Christ, the King of Kings Christ, comes forward, and with the divine power and glory, with that, the Messiah, the Moshiach, appears in the prophets. Now, just a little more here before we get right into it, right? The psalm, unlike other psalms, if you notice, there's no superscription, right? There's no superscription, right, in today's daily psalm, right? No superscription. In fact, in the first psalm, there's no superscription. In the second psalm, there's no superscription. It's only when we get to the third psalm that we have a psalm of David, Mizmor Lid Dawid, right? Do we have a psalm of David? So here it's anonymous. For this very reason, right, it is said that we may not, or we should not, assign it to David, as some say, or to Solomon, for nothing is to be inferred, right? Here, let's bring this out. For nothing, oh, there we go, is to be inferred from Acts 4:25, who by the mouth of thy servant David has said, why did the heathen rage and the people imagine vain things? Right? Since in the New Testament, hymn of David and psalm are coordinate ideas. In other words, not all the psalms in the book of Psalms are David's psalms, but David, he gets the credit for that, right? Because many of the psalms are in the style of David, right? Or inspired in the style of David, the sweet singer of Israel. So the ideas of hymn of David and psalm in that time, the new covenant time, we would say, and what did David say? Even in some psalms that are clearly not Davidic, because it's in that book that he laid the foundation in the tabernacle of David for, right? So it's always kind of hazardous to ascribe an anonymous psalm to David or Solomon, because we have directly psalms that are actually ascribed to David and Solomon, right? Then to deny to one inscription lid Dawid or li Shlomo direct authorship from David or Solomon. In other words, some people do this. The Psalms that say Lid Dawid of David or Li Shlomo of Solomon, they say, oh, it's not David, it's somebody else. And then the Psalms that are not have no name, they say, oh, this must be David or Solomon. You know what I'm saying? However, the subject of the Psalm is neither David nor Solomon. It might be more David, for in his reign there is at least one coalition. There is a coalition of the peoples like that from which our psalm here, Psalm 2, takes its rise. That can be found in 2 Samuel 10 and 6. On the contrary, it cannot be Shlomo, right? Solomon, because in his reign, though troubled, it was troubled at the end, at the close, right? But no such event occurs. Overall, Solomon's reign was relatively very peaceful, very stable. But towards the end, it was turbulent, right? Right. But would have then have been to be inferred to have happened from this psalm, right? So basically, if we look at David's time, there's more connection, right, in what happened in David's time. But like we said before, Psalms of David are very clear, right? Lid Dawid are of David, both of whom inherit the kingdom in a weakened state, a weakened condition, and found the neighboring peoples were alienated from the Beit Dawid, from the house of David. The situation might correspond to these times. Why? Because for the rebellious peoples that are brought before us have been hitherto subject to Yahweh and Mashiach, right? So before this time, they were subject. I mean, we can take that very point and ascribe it to the greater David, greater son, even with Haile Selassie I, the Rastafari, and Ethiopia. Before that time, right, many of the other peoples, right, in the Horn of Africa were subject to the house of David, to that Judeo-Messianic, Solomonic dynasty. But then during that time, we see a rising up. We have League of Nations, the United Nations, which fits more of the prophetic fulfillment. But all historical indications that might support one supposition, some of the older classic suppositions, or the other, are wanting, are lacking. Why? If the God anointed one, the elect of God, who speaks in Psalm 2 and 7 were the psalmist himself, we should at least know the psalm was composed by a king filled with a lofty messianic consciousness. So whichever king, he had to have a lofty messianic consciousness. But the dramatic movement of the psalm, right, as we get to verse 10 that follows, is opposed to such an identification of the God anointed one with the poet, whether one want to say David or with Solomon, right? But it connects more with David than with Solomon. So that means that this one spoken of here in the psalm, if it is prophetic, there is and must be a Davidic, right, connection, a Davidic root, right? But be that as it may, we can go into some of more of the notes. The notes are very interesting for a more detailed discipleship study. So if that's something that some ones and ones look forward to, please, oh yeah. To ones and ones that want to link with I on the WhatsApp, we might put it in the chat again. We put in our email, Rastafari Jews, and therefore you can just send an email. Take that, send an email, copy it correctly, take that and say, okay, here's my number, my name, put I and I on the WhatsApp chat. We're going to try to work it out so we can, put it out more generally, but that's the way right now, So I think it was I and I, fellow brother, fellow priest, that we got word that he wanted to link with I and I. Just want to put that forward. So hit I and I up in the, send an email, rastafarijews@gmail.com, right? This is my name, or even this is what I'm called, and this is my number. Put me in the link, simple, easy peasy. But right here, as we've been mentioning on this psalm here, a plot against, once again to the psalm, a plot against Yahweh's anointed. As we've been mentioning, commentators, both ancient and modern, they differ as to whether the subject of the psalm is the messianic king, or a historical king. We say both. And if the latter, who was he? Who was he? If he was a historical king, who was he? If he's a messianic king, right? Has he come? Who is he? Right? Our Rabbanim, right, the ancient scholars of Torah, they expounded this psalm, Psalm 2, as relating to King Messiah, Negus Messi, right, Moshiach ha-Melech. But according to its plain meaning, Psalm 2 right here, it is proper to interpret it in connection with Dawid. That's why it shares more in common with Dawid. In light of the statement, in 2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 17, 2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 17, 2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 17. It says this, and when the Philistines heard that David was anointed king over Yisrael, all the Philistines, they went up to seek David. They went up to seek David. So this is why, from our interpretation, we say it's not David directly, but it connects with the Davidic, if you can overs. Because here we have 2 Samuel 5 and 17. Let's bring out this verse for y'all. 2 Samuel 5 and 17. But when the Philistines heard that they had anointed, they had Messiah, David, King, Melech, over Yisrael, all the Philistines, right? All the Italians, the Philistines came up to seek David, right? All the fascists, right? To seek David, and David heard, right? And he went down to the hole. You see that right there? David heard this, and he went down to the hole. So David heard all the Philistines were coming. He said, hold up. Let me go down into the Matsuda. You heard of Masada, right? The place Masada and that whole drama, Masada. Well, here is the root, Hebraically, Matsuda, right? It's like a stronghold. He went down into the stronghold, right? Into defense. So here is a very important Davidic connection right here. And also with the greater David, the greater son, the Rastafari, Kamal Haile Selassie, and those events as well. So the succession to the throne, right? The succession to the throne of Yisrael. The succession to the throne of Yisrael, that we can call from there the Davidic throne, it became the occasion of a political crisis, right? Even in the time of David, that threatened the country with war. So when David was anointed king, there was a political crisis, right? The whole situation, right? A political crisis, right? That threatened the whole country, right? Of Israel with war. How is this similar, right? To the later day revelation, right? 1930, right? The theme of the psalm, the Mizmor, is an exemplification of the proverb. What proverb? The proverb, the mashal that says, man proposes, right? God disposes. Adam proposes, Elohim disposes. If this is part of Psalm 1, if there's a connection, right, of Psalm 1 or its continuation, we can best regard it as an application of its lesson, right? What is the lesson? The lesson being applied to the national sphere. Remember Psalm 1, right? Then it dealt with the two ways for individuals, right? And Psalm 2 here, it deals with the two ways for peoples, for peoples and nations, the two ways for individuals, individually speaking, and the two ways for peoples and people groups and nations. So here's what we have right here as a overview. Verses 1 to 3, kings and rulers, they plan an attack. Please keep in mind the 2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 17 that we mentioned. When the Philistines heard that David was anointed king over Israel, all the Philistines went up to seek David. And then it tells us, and David heard of it. And David heard of it. They went up to do what to David? To Bakash, right? To Bakash, right? They sought him, right? Use that word is not used in a positive sense, like they seek after my soul. It can be, but use it's like they seek me to harm me. But when they sought to seek David, David heard of it, right? What did he do? He went down to the hold. He went down to the stronghold, right? So we have the opening, first 3 verses, kings and rulers, other rulers, foreign rulers, they plan an attack, right? Like the fascist invasion of Ethiopia because of the elect of God conquering line of the tribe of Judah. Here, verses 4 to 6, right? Elohim, God, derides the plot. He derides their plot, their plan, right? Verses 7 to 9, the king, Hamelech, the king, right, speaks. The king speaks, right? That's why the king had to go forth to the mountains. What was it? League of Nations, Geneva, Switzerland, right? Right, the first time any ruler ever did that. Most rulers would not have left, right? Because sometimes they left, they could not return, right? But he went to speak, right? To be a witness, right? Remember what it says Armageddon? Literally, Armageddon mean what? The Mount of Assembly, right? Geneva, Switzerland, mountainous, way up there, right? The king speaks, right? To declare, right, good over evil, and to declare a prophetic word. The match was struck in Ethiopia, the flames would burn Europe. What did they do when they heard that? They laughed. They laughed. They laughed. Oh, this guy is crazy. Ha 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 ha. Right? What happened? The word came to pass, right? In verses 10 to 12, the exhortation to the schemers. The exhortation to the schemers. Here we have the last part, the exhortation to the schemers. So here, without much further ado, we'd like to share just one more kind of chant. I want to share this chant right here. I think this might be 1 and 2, right? But right here. This is a chant right here. Today's daily psalm right here. Shema Israel.
لما رغشوا غويم والأميم يهجوا ريك يتيصفوا مالخيرس ورוזנים נוסדו יחד על אדוני ועל משיחו ננתקה את מוסרותימו ונשליכה ממנו עבותימו יושב בשמיים ישחק אדוני אל עגלמו אז ידבר אלימו ואפו ובחרונו יבהלמו ואני נסחתי מלכי על ציון הר קודשי אספרה אל חוק אדוני אמר אלי בני אתה אני היום ילידתיך שאל ממני ותן הגויים נחלתך ואחוזתך אפסי ארץ תרועם בשבט ברזל ככלי יוסר תנפסם ועתה מלכים השכילו יואסרו שופטי הארץ עבדו את אדוני ביראה וגילו ברעדה נשקו וערפן ינף ותאבדו דרך כי יבער כמעט אפו אשרי כל חוסבו.
Acharei, right there, Acharei, called Jose Bo. Acharei, happiness, the beatitude. Call all Jose. Jose from Chasa literally means to flee someplace, like for refuge, for shelter. In the figurative, the second of the two Hebrew truths, it can mean to trust and to confide in. So there it says, Acharei, called Jose Bo. Acharei, happiness, beatitude of all those who flee, who trust, Ba'u, call Jose Bo, call Jose Bo, all those who trust in him. So we have the Acharei there at the close of Psalm 2, right? Linking with the Acharei in the beginning of Psalm 1, Acharei Ha'ish. So right here, let's get into it right here. Today's daily psalm, Mizmor debate, right? Remember Psalm 1, the two ways of individuals, right? The goodly and the ungoodly, right? The godly and the ungodly. And then here in Psalm 2, we have the two ways of nations, the two ways of peoples and nations, two ways of peoples and nation. So here, opening verse here, it has no superscription, so we can get right into it. The Alei verse. Lama ragshu goyim, ulumim yehigu rik. Lama ragshu goyim, ulumim yehigu rik. Why do the goyim, the heathen, the Gentiles, ragshu? Why do they rage? Why are they in the uproar? Lama ragshu goyim. And the people, ulumim, ulumim, yehigu rik. And why do the peoples, the leomim, right? Why do they imagine yehigu rik? Why do they imagine rik? My emptiness, rik, emptiness. Remember when Yeshua Robenu said, don't call he who says to his brother, call his brother Raka. Well, the word Raka, right, is related to the word Rik, right, from Ruk, which means like to empty out, to pour out, to empty out. That's why Yeshua said not to call our brother. We'd be in danger of the judgment. Call him Raka, like you empty, you're like good for nothing, right? Rik, right? So here, what the peoples meditate, the Lo'omim, what they meditate is worthless stuff, is emptiness. You know what I mean? It's worthless. So here, opening verse right here. Let's check out the notes quickly. They rage, ragesh, ragshu, they rage, right? Tumultuously they assemble. Yehigu from Haga to meditate, as we mentioned, or to imagine, right? Ulumim, Yehigu rik. They imagine, they meditate emptiness. Yehigu rik. So here, rage, ragash. To be in a tumult, right? Remember when the elect of God came to speak before the Mount of Assembly, Geneva, Switzerland, Swizager. The first time we had so many nations gathered together, the League of Heathen, the League of Nation, the League of Goyim. Right? What happened? Before the elect of God, the Anointed even spoke. They was in a tumult, right? Because they were plotting and conspiring. Right? You know what I'm saying? Are ye not as the children of Ethiopia and the male children of Israel? They said, Ethiopia, we found Ethiopia. We got to, this is a psalm right here, right? Tumultuous, here when it says tumultuously assemble, that really brings it out, right? The word for heathen is from goyim means nation, right? Goyim means nations, right? United goyim, heathen, united heathen, right? United, right? Here we got in the Hebrew here, lama ragshu goyim ulumim yehugurik, right? Why? Lama. So the first thing we have is lama. La for ma. For what? Lama. Ma means what, right? La means for. So to say for what? There's another way of saying why. For what? Right? Why you did this? For what? For what you did this? Why you did this? Basically the same thing. Lama. For what? The question does not seek the reason for the planned revolt. Right? It's not a question like Lama, okay, explain to me. No. It's more rhetorical. Right? It expresses astonishment. Lama, what? Like say what? Say lama, right? For what? Right? Expressing astonishment at its planning because it is reek. It is empty, right? Reek is going to be poured out, right? It's nothing, right? For men to set themselves against Yahweh's decree, right, is as hopeless as if the stars were to combine together, right, to abolish gravitation. Imagine the stars combining together. Yeah, we're gonna stop gravitation. Or we're gonna stop anything. You know what I mean? It's empty. It's like foolish, right? So the first opening lama for what? For what? For what really? Not looking for an answer. It's like for real. For what? Right? The nations, remember the word heathen is nations. It says they rage, right? Here, ragash, as we mentioned, ragash. Ragash. The same word is used in Psalm 55, around about verse 14, Hebraically verse 15, where it says, in the house of Elohim, we walked, we trod it with the throng. Into the house of Elohim, we walked with the throng. The word throng that we find in Psalm 55, right? 55 and 15, Hebraically, right, is the very same word, the word throng, right? Throng, right? So that's like a group of people. Imagine like a bunch of people. You're like a crowd of people. You know, you go in some place and you're among the throng of people, like a sports game or somewhere with a lot of people, right? This is the idea right here. It conveys the idea of a noisy assembly. What kind of an assembly? A noisy assembly. Remember, don't forget the League of Nations, right? And how they conspired against the elect of God, right? And what he said, and how what he said came to pass. Right? God in history will remember your judgment, the match you struck here, right? Ethiopia, the flames will burn Europe. They laughed, right? They made noisy, as though it would not happen. And then what? Right? His Majesty said this, they made noise, and then this happened, right? Mutter in vain, right? Mutter in vain, right? Is one way some bring out the sense of the people imagine a vain thing. They mutter in vain because this word here, haga, yehigu, they moan, they mutter, they meditate, right? They imagine. The sense here, KJV, imagine, but they meditate. They meditate reek. They meditate emptiness. They murmur emptiness. They ponder, right? Imagine like nothingness. They mutter in vain. They meditate a vain thing. The plan they had gathered to consider, right? You know, concerning that remnant, right? The treasure, the hidden people, right? That hidden empire that now became visible, right? The plan that they had gathered to consider vis-a-vis the overthrow of the newly crowned king, right? Even the king of kings of Ethiopia is an empty scheme. And wasn't it an empty scheme? People say, well, it was the British, it was this, it was that, whatever. God used whatever, you know what I mean? Use whatever. That's what you'll say, right? God can use who we want to use, right? So if God want to use the other people to drive out the other people, so be it. The point is that the word came to pass. So right here for the first verse right here, Ragshu, right? Lama Ragshu Goyim, Ulumim Yehigu Rik. Here to the second verse right here. Let's move on, right? Second verse, first three verses is concerning the kings of the earth, the kings, right? They planned and attacked, right, on the anointed, on the elect of God, right? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against Yahuwah, right, and against his anointed, right, against Xavier and against Mashiach, right? Masihu, right? Here it says, Yitayat Tzabua Malkeya Retza, with Rosnim Manosudua Yahad, all Yahuwah, with all Mashiach. Here, Yitayat Tzabu. They stand. Now, we touched on this before, right? Where it says set is from Yatzah. Yatzab, to place, to set, right? Yita Yatzabu. They place themselves. Yita Yatzabu, right? Yita Yatzabu come from Yatzab. But here it's in the binyan of the Hit Pa'el. That's why it's not, Yatzah, but it's Yitta. Yitta Yatzabu. Yitta. Right? The Hit Pa'el. Yitta Yatzabu. Right? They station themselves. They take their stand. They took their stand. They presented themselves. Right? Right? Even with the League of Nations and the United Nations, they present themselves. They take their stands. Right? Yitta Yatzabu. Yit to Yatzabu, Malkei, the kings of Malkei Eretz, the kings of the Eretz, right? So the Meleks, in the Hebrew for the plural constructive, Malkei, the kings of the Eretz, the kings of the land, the kings of the earth. Yitayatzabu, they have taken their stand. They have set themselves, they've taken their stands, right? With Rosnim no Sedua Yachad, and the Rosanim. Who are the Rosanim? The Razans. Rosnim, the weighty ones, the judicious ones, the commanding ones, the judges, princes, the honorable, the heavy ones, Rosnim, right? They're princes, they're rulers, Rosnim, right? With Rosnim no Sedu Yachad. And they do what? Right? They no Sadu from Yasad. Yasad means to found, like to lay a foundation, right? No Sadu, right? No Sadu. No Sadu is from the Nephilim, right? We have it in this sense here, right? They set themselves, right? They sit in conclave, right? They seat up themselves, like those old black and white pictures you see from the League of Nations. See all of them sitting down, they consulting each other, how we're going to divide. You know what I mean? The Lord's portion, right? You should not even think to put your hand on it. Anyway, with Rosanima no Sadu, Yachad. The word together is actually the word Yachad. They are united, right? Right? The League of Nations, right? Then they made their Yachadness more. United, Yachad, the Yachad Goyim, the Goyim, right, that are Yachad, that are in unitedness. So here it clearly sets the stage. And then it says that they do all of this. The kings are setting themselves, right? And the rulers, right? The heavy ones, judges, magistrates, people of power, they're taking counsel, right? They're taking counsel, Yasad, right? No Sadu. They are setting and fixing themselves close together. They're sitting in conclave, right? Against who? Right? They thought, well, it was just against these old black people over there calling themselves Israel and Judah and all of this, right? No. It was more than that. All Yahuwah. It was against Yahuwah, right? We're all Mashiach. And it was against his anointed, his Mashiach. So here, Mashiach, right? Here in a kind of a pronoun possessive sense, Mashiach. Mashiach, to say his Messiah. Mashiach against his Messiah. Against who? His anointed one, Messiah, Messianic Prince, King of Israel, High Priest of Israel, Cyrus, kings. Let's scroll down here. Usually, right here, a king, a priest, a saint, right? Even against a duly anointed king, right, of the kings of Ethiopia upon the throne of great King David. This is who they set themselves. Who? The kings of the earth. Eretz, the word Eretz, right? The word Eretz here. Eretz. Eretz, it means earth or land. The context matters, right? So in one context, the kings of the land setting themselves, right? In the broader sense, right? The kings of the earth. Here, the reference is to the kings of the surrounding nations, right? The surrounding nations. And the phrase, it stands in opposition, right, to what we have in the 6th verse. I haven't gotten there just yet, but in the 6th verse, where it says, my king, right? In the 6th verse, we have Malki. So the Malkei Eretz, they are setting themselves against Malki, right? Malkias Edek, right? They're setting themselves against my king. And here it refers to my king, right? And then it says al Yahuwah, against, right, Yahuwah, an attack upon Yisrael's duly anointed and crowned king would be a revolt against Elohim, who had willed his kingship, right? And not just against Yahweh, but against his anointed, Wa'al Mashiach, against his Mashiach. The ceremony of dedication, consecration, right? The ceremony of dedication, of consecration to a divinely ordained office included the pouring of oil upon the head. It was done at the consecration of a priest. We have in the scriptures in Exodus chapter 28, verse 41, where we have priests being anointed. So the priest, Moshiach, and we have a king in 1 Samuel chapter 10, verse 1. A king also may be Mashiach, Messiah, and occasionally, a prophet, a Nabi, may be a Mashiach, a anointed. We have this in the case of 1 Kings chapter 19, verse 16. So we have priest, prophet, and king. I just gave the verses there for priest, prophet, and king being Mashiach, in the sense of what we say in the New Testament sense, Christ, right? Not saying Christ in the sense of Yeshua HaMashiach, right? Because he is Elyon. Yeshua is Elyon, Most High. He's the prince over the kings of the earth, right? So all truly anointed and kings, right, must be kings in that context. But be that as it may, David called Shaul, right? Did you know that David called Saul, the one who was hunting him down and trying to kill him and all this, right? He called Shaul the Lord's anointed, Yahweh's Mashiach. Where did he call him that? 1 Samuel chapter 24. 1 Samuel chapter 24, verse 7. Although the text could be translated as his Messiah, right? Right. Actually, his Messiah. In fact, in the text, it actually does say that, right? Mashiach, right? It may well also apply as well to an ordinary king, right? An ordinary king. So doesn't mean King Messiah, but you come up against any duly anointed king. It's as if you came up against the Messiah of Messiahs. You've come up against Al Yahuwah, Al Mashiach, against Yahuwah and against his Messiah. So here, the second verse right here. Yitayat Abua Malkeya Retza with Rosnima no Sudua Yahad Al Yahuwah wa Al Mashiach. Here, right? The kings of the earth stand up, and the rulers take counsel together against Yahweh al Mashiach. Here to the third verse, the Gimel verse here, the third verse. So now this concludes the first opening section, is the kings and the rulers, right? The nations, right? Through their kings and rulers planning an attack. Here, this is what they say. This is part of their rebellion. So even here, as we mentioned in the opening, they speak. So here they're speaking. They say what? In their standing up, taking counsel together. What are they saying? Let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. Notice, they're doing this against Yahweh and his Messiah, but they're saying, we go against they, right? Let us break their bands asunder and let us cast away their cords from us. Here the Ivrit, Ninatika eta mosarotemo, we nashalika mimenu abotemo. So here they say, Ninatika, let us break, let us natak, Ninatika, we natika, let us pull, let us tear. Let's tear off, tear away, break apart, right? Break apart, bring this down here, tear off, ne natika et mos rotemo, let us tear, like break off their moserot, moserot temo, their moserot. Moserot, what is moserot? Mosir, mosira, moserot. So this is a singular sense, mosir, mosira, right? The plural sense, moserot, moserotemo, the amo, their moserot. What is their moserot? Their bands, their bonds, mosera, right? And here we get like they say masora, come from this right here, right? Masora, it come from the root word yasar. Like let us tear away, right? The yasar, chasten, discipline, right? But the bonds, what bounds them, right? What restrains them, what binds them, right? You know, let's divide and conquer. You know, that sense of divide and conquer. Well, that's what they're effectively saying. Nenataka eta mosorotemo. We're nashlicha. We're nashlicha mimeno avotemo. Then they say, let us cast away. Nashlika. 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 Let us do what? Let us shalak. Let us shalak. Right? Let us throw. Let us like fling. Like if you fling something, or you dash something over there, you that sense of let us fling. You remember when it says about the Israelites, let us that they were to dash the babies, the male babies into the water. That's this word here, throw them into the water. So here's the sense right here. Nashlika, let us cast away. Nashlika, mimenu. Let us cast away mime anu. Let us cast away from anu, from us. Mimenu. Nashlika, mimenu, avotemo, avotemo, avotemo. Let's cast away their avot, their avot. What is avot? Avot? Avot is a cord, a rope, right? Cord, rope, right here, right? That which is, you see how like entangled, entwined, right? This is what they do with nations, don't they? They come in, they start divide and conquer. Well, you tribe, you from this tribe, and you from that tribe. Like as Matthew said, misguided people will always bring forth misguided ideas. He says, how can I colonize myself? You know what I mean? It's like it was a weirdo kind of thing. But if they can bring that into effect, it can divide and conquer. Now we can apply this psalm here directly to what occurred, right, with the fascist invasion of Ethiopia, or should we say the Babylonian invasion? You know what I mean? You know, the spiritual Babylon invasion, the fascists, the Roman invasion. You know, we could go into that, but just to get the basic idea right here, this third verse right here, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. Ninatika etamosorotemo, winashlika mimeno abotemo. What do we have here? First part, let us break their bands asunder. The prowess of David, the prowess of David had been experienced by the Philistines, and they feared that under his kingship, they would become vassals. They will become vassals and tributaries of Yisrael, of the Beta Israel. It were therefore better to make an onslaught, right? When he, the anointed king, right, had recently ascended the throne before he got firm, right? And not wait until he had grown more formidable by reorganizing. This is what he did to his majesty in Ethiopia. Not wait until he could reorganize and strengthen his forces, right? To reorganize and strengthen his forces. And then think about the whole terms of what happened there, right? Italy had weapons of mass destruction, poison, chemical tanks, all of this and that. And Ethiopia sought to get weapons and he couldn't get any weapons. And sadly, it's like the only one that really sold any kind of thing, right, to any degree, right, was Nazi Germany. Just something that makes you go figure. You know what I mean? No, well, actually, England at that time sent a couple of trifling things. You know what I mean? So think about what happened with David, the Philistines, and then the greater David, the greater son, right there. So here, to this verse here. Ninatika eta mosorotemo. Winashlika mimenu avotemo. So right here, bringing it now to the next section right here. So now we have verses 4, right, to 6. Verses 4 to 6, the Dalet verse. Now this section here is how Yahweh, right, how God derides the plot, right, the plot against the elect of God. right? He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. Adonai shall have them in derision, right? He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord, Adonai, shall have them in derision, right? Yahweh, right here. Let's go to this one, right? Yosheb Bashamayim, Yitzchak, Yosheb Bashamayim, Yosheb, the sitter, the one who sits, the one who's seated, the one who's enthroned. Yosheb, where? Bashamayim, in Hashemayim, in the heavens. Yosheb Bashamayim, Yitzchak. He will laugh. Yitzchak, right? He'll kiki on them, right? Yosheb Bashamayim, Yitzchak, right? Adonai. Yil'ag lamo. Adonai. Yil'ag lamo. He will have them in derision. Adonai Yilag. So here we have the word la'ag. He will la'ag them. He will mock them. Right? Adonai will do what to them? He'll mock them. He'll deride them. He'll ridicule them. Adonai Yilag lamo. As in the book of Job, in the book of Job, right? In the book of Job, the reader is transported, in a sense, to the heavenly regions, right? To witness the working out of Yahweh, of Elohim's, right? Of Elohim's designs. This is what we have here. So first we see the men and the people, the nation on earth are doing this and this and this and this. And then we get a view of Adonai Bashamayim, of the Lord in the heavens. And it says, the first thing it says that he that sitteth in the heavens, or who is enthroned, he who is enthroned in the heavens, right? Yosheb Bashamayim Yitzchak. Here the note says, right before us, better, he who is enthroned in the heavens, as we have in Psalm 123, the first verse. This is speaking of the Melech HaMelakim. This is speaking of the king of the king of the kings, the king of the king of the kings, right? The king of kings. He who is seated in the heavens, right here, shall do what? Yitzchak shall sahak. He shall sahak them. Yitzchak. He shall laugh at them, play with them, mock them, hold them in contempt, like in contempt of court, right? Derision, right? Make a sport out of them. Laugh in pleasure or distraction. You know, you can laugh. It can be in pleasure. Something makes you just very happy. You laugh. Or one can laugh in detraction, right? To detract, right? He'll laugh, right? Play, right? He'll play with them, right? Men and people that rise up against his elect, right here, right? So here we have a bold anthropomorphism. Anthropomorphic, like anthro, man, morphos, man form. So even here, he that sitteth in the heavens, here we have a bold anthropomorphism that makes the scene more vivid and most vivid, right? That actually his king is on earth being schemed against, right? And he is in the heavens above the king, right? Laughing at those who are scheming against his king enthroned on earth. So as his king is enthroned on earth, right, then the king of the king of the kingdoms, the king of the king of the kings, is enthroned in the heavens, right? So we have Psalms like 37, round about verse 13, 12, 13, right? And we have Psalms like 59, round about verse 8, Hebraically verse 9, right here. To this verse here again, Yosheb Bashamayim Yitzchak Adonai Yil'ag lamo. Right? Some insert Yahweh there, but they do violence to the scripture. Don't follow the idiots. You know, no, it's like sometimes they just put, you know, they take the name in vain. They put, so over here it has Adonai. Others would force Yahweh there because they don't understand. They know not, neither do they understand. But here to the Hey verse, it says Az Yidaber Leimo Be'apo. Ua baharono ye bahalemo. Then he shall speak. Az in Hebrew means then. Az yidaber. Az, then Yidaber, then he will speak. Az Yidaber, then he will speak Alemo, Elemo, then he will speak to them. Az Yidaber Alemo, Be'apo, Ve'apo, in his wrath. Then he will speak to them in his af. Be'apo, Be'afo. Then he will speak to them what? In his nostril, in his nose, in his face. That's the literal sense. In the second of the two ways that Hebrew, the figurative sense of the Hebrew, this points to anger, right? The apo, right? Properly, nose, nostrils, but here it's pointing to, as it says here, also from the rapid breathing and passion, right? So from that sense of like the nose, in the sense, how can we say? Because emotions are affected by breathing. I don't know if you know, emotions are affected by breathing. And usually, for one not to get angry or upset, ones will say, take a breath, keep calm, right? So right here, when it says right here, Az, then Yidabir Lemo Be'apo, then he will speak to them in his wrath. Translation, Uba Harono, and he will vex them or and in sore displeasure, ube charon, in his charon, not charon, but charon. Charon is like burning. It's like burning. It's like, okay, check this out. In order to keep a fire kindled, you need to like put more air to it, right? And even in ancient days, when they would take different rocks and take out the mineral, the metal out of it, they had to make the fire very, very hot, right? So how did they make the fire hot? They had to put more air, and they created these things that were like breathers based on like human anatomy of breathing in order to, so as they had more air, right, to it, then the fire became more intensified. So therefore, since this was based on the observation of human behavior, right, you see what I'm saying? So the more air, right, so, it creates the fire. In fact, how do you stop a fire? If you can stop the air, if you can stop the oxygen, then the fire dies out. But if you add more air, then it gets worse. So here it says he's going to vex them in his sore displeasure. So here it says, Uba harono, ye bahalemo, ye bahalemo. He will bahal them, bahale mo. He will disturb them, bahale mo, right? Bahal, ye bahal, disturb, le mo, them, bahale mo. He would disturb them. He called them to hurry, terrified, vexed. They'll hurry. They'll move in haste. Remember the match? He said the match that was struck in Ethiopia, the flames, right, will burn Europe, will burn down Europe, Europa, right? And here's so very interesting because, it says in Amos 9 and 7, are you not as the children of the Ethiopians unto me? So, that was what they were doing. Alarmed, they were agitated. I mean, can you imagine their faces when they said, wait, the elect of God, the King of Kings of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie I, the King of Israel, actually, he said, that's before the state of Israel, the real Israel, yeah, but the biblical Israel, yeah. He said what he said, and then it happened. Can you imagine that trouble? This is one of the reasons why, when we see the events that occurred, right, that led up to World War II after the fascist invasion of Ethiopia, this is why they were so quick, fast to restore him to the throne. If you really think about it. See, we're looking at it just like historically, we read it, and after this happened, that happened. But we're not really putting ourselves in that moment, right? Like when somebody says something that's true and you laugh it off, and that very thing comes to pass. What does that do to you? But here, it says, Az yedaber lemo be'apo, u bacharono ye bahalemo. So what do we have? What do we have right here? This, the basic part about this is this one word. This one word tells us everything. Az, right? Az, then, at that time. Az, then. Because you see what happened before. Like first, he who sits in the heaven, watching all this, having derision, and then something happens. And then this happens. And then something happens. Az. Here, at the moment when he decides to intervene and frustrate The plot. Notice back in 1936, that plot was frustrated, right? And everything fulfilled 5 years to the very day. I mean, come on, like for real? 5 years to the very day? You know what I mean? But they seeing see, but they don't perceive, hearing hear, they don't understand. Right? But be that as it may, as yidabir lemo ba'apo u'bacharon. Here, bahalemo. Here to the sixth verse, the next section. Adonai derides, Adonai derides the plot. Here, the Vav, the wow verse, wow, right here. So what is said, right? Wa'ani nasakti malki al Zion har kodeshi har kadeshi. Here. Yet have I set my king upon my holy hill of Zion, as we say, the African Zion. See, Zion needs two things. Zion is not so much the land in the fullness of the prophetic word, like that place, a place that was called that there, but Zion is where the Davidic monarchy is and where the Ark of the Covenant is. Check that. The two, because when David captured Zion, what's the next thing he did? He got that prophecy from his seed, the Messianic kingdom, the Davidic government, and then he brought the Ark, so the church and the state. So the Davidic dynasty and the Ark of the Covenant, the real Zion. I didn't say Zionism. I said Zion, right? Wa'ani, Nasakati, Malki, Wa'an-ani. So the translator says, yet have I. The Hebrew says, and I, right? So when it reads that then he will speak to them in his wrath, and affright them, vex them, make them rush around quick fast in his sore displeasure in the heat. You know how much heat came down on Europe? You know what I mean? I mean, everything was burnt. Come on now. Here he says, Wa'ani, as for I, and I, Nasakati, and I have set. Here we have the word Nasak. Nasakti is an interesting word because literally it's not, well, let's go into it. Literally it means to pour out, Nasakti. I have poured out, right? But this is a secondary sense. In a secondary sense, it means to anoint. In the literal sense, it means to pour out, like if you cast metal, right? In the figurative sense, Nasakti means also to anoint, right? Literally and figurative, to anoint a king, like to pour out like a libation, or to pour like the oil, to install. You see, Nasakti. The secondary sense is set, to install, right? So here, Adonai, right? Even Adonenu, Yeshua, HaMoshiach, is saying right here, I have done what? I have set. You know what I mean? That's why I said that the word there, when it says Adonai, is more appropriate than Yahweh if they only knew the truth, right? Here it says, by analogy, to anoint a king, right? I have what? Done what? Wa'ani nasakti malki. I have anointed not any king, but Malki, my king, right? Remember, the elect of God means God has chosen. It might not be your choice, but it's not your choice anyway. Wa'ani nasakti Malki. I have anointed. So the KJV says, I have set my king, right? But then when we look at the word nasak, we see nasak means to pour out, to offer, to cast, like to pour out a liquid, to cast metal images, or to cast something, right? But here it means to anoint. In the figure of that is to set or to install, right? A king, to anoint a king. So what gets lost in translation? I've set my king. The sense is like I have anointed. My anointed, I have set, right? And this is my king, right? That's what Adonai is saying. Bashamayim. Wa'ani nasakti malki. Malki. My king, all is Sion. Upon Sion, upon Zion. Har Kadeshi. Har Mount Kadeshi. Har Kodeshi. The Mount of Holiness, right? Or the Holy Mount. On Zion. On Sion, right? On Zion, my holy, or the mountain of my holiness, right? The mountain. You know, they call Ethiopia the rooftop of Africa because of the mountains and the elevation. Just another link. Are you not as the children of the Ethiopians unto me? The pronoun that it has here, ani. It has ani and I myself. You see, set, anoint. You see, set, anoint. Right, right upon Zion, right, the hill of my holiness. Har Kadeshi, Har Kodshi, the hill of my set apartness. Notice when it says my set apartness, that means that Yahweh has set that apart, right? Like in Psalm 87, verse 4, with Ethiopia, this man was born there. He has set it apart as his work. You see what I'm saying? And he defend his work. So the pronoun is stressed in the Hebrew to mark a contrast, right? So when it says wa'ani, ani, and I, right, have willed the king, the Melech, the Negus, even Negus and Negas, Ethiopia to reign. So how dare you, how dare y'all, how dare yous, right, conspire to overthrow him, right? Malki, my Melech, right? Neguse, my Negus, my Malki, a king that was chosen, right, by me, right? That's why the title is Siyume Exavia, elect of God, right? It didn't say elect of this people or those people, or by some democratic ballot voting. That's not how it goes. A king chosen by me, Malki. And here's the connection that he has set him where? Right up on Zion. Now, some say that Zion is a poetical name for Jerusalem. Yeah, for that, my holy mountain is another epitaph. The city of our Elohim, his holy mountain, right? We have that in Psalm 48, around about verse 1. But remember what I told you, that we first have to look at where does Zion come from? In other words, where we find Zion? In what relationship? It's the castle of David. Who is David? David is the one that Yahweh made this covenant to Moshiach from the Davidic covenant, right? And covenant of kingship. And then what did David do? Right? David brought the ark of the covenant there, right? And in a sense, renewed the worship, right? The man after Yahweh's own heart. So that right there constitutes real Zion. It's not the physical place, right? But it's the people, right? It's the ark and it's the grace. Wa'ani nasakatiya malakiya ala Ziona har kodshi. Right here. So now here, this brings us here to verses 7, right? Verses 7 to 9. This section is the king is speaking. So here we're at the Zayn verse. Here the king is speaking, right? What does the king say? Right? What did the king say then? Right? I will declare the decree, right? Declaring the decree. Yahweh have said to me, thou, my son, this day have I begotten thee. Right here. For a decree. The decree, let's get to the Hebrew right here. What does it read? Asapra, I'll recount, I'll relate, I will tell. So the word asapra, which means declare and translated declare, safar, means to recount, to relate. So when the elect of God went to that Har Megiddo, that mountain of assembly, Geneva, Suzager, right? What did he do? He recounted, he related the things. He related what? Right? Who he be and what had been done. Asapara, right? Ilhoka, right? Ilhoka, right? Yahweh Amara Elia. Bini ata ani hayom ye lidatika. Here. Let's break this down here. I will tell of the hawk. What is hawk? Hawk is the hawk, right? Hawk, right? Statute, the ordinance, the limit, right? The prescription, right? But this also can be used for like an agreement or a covenant. Because what did the League of Nations do? They broke the covenant, right? And see, they didn't break the covenant with just anyone. They broke the covenant with the anointed king on the throne of David, right? And the people that Yahweh has chosen, right? Are you not as the children of Ethiopia and the male children of Israel? That some Israelites may not like it, but fight with the one who said it. You know what I'm saying? Right here, he says, I have said, right. He says, I will declare the decree. Yahweh have said to me, thou my son, this day have I begotten, have I given birth to thee. Right? Asapra el chok, Yahweh, he who be, Amar, has said a lie, has said to I, Yahweh Amar a lie, Yahweh said to I, Beni, my son, Ata, you male, Beni, Ata, my son, the I is my son, you male are my son, Beni Ata, Ani, I, Hayom, today, this day, Hayom, Yeliditika, I have begotten thee this day. So here, tell of the decree. The king claims what? Right? Well, what did the king claim? The king claims that he is no usurper to the crown, right? Nor has he assumed the kingship to gratify his personal ambition. He holds his office by divine decree, and thus the title Siyuma Exavia, the elect of God. What was said to him? Right? Beni Ata, my son, the I be. Beni Ata, Beni, my son, Ata, the I be my son. Here we have Psalm, right? We have Psalm 89, around about verse 27, Hebraically verse 28, where Elohim declares this of David. What did Elohim declare of David? I will also appoint him firstborn, the highest of the kings of the earth. The highest of who? The highest of the kings of the earth.
למה רגשו גויים ולאומים יהגו ריק? יתייצבו מלכי ארץ ורוזנים נוסדו יחד על אדוני ועל משיחו. ננתקה את מוסרותימו ונשליכה ממנו עבותימו. יושב בשמיים ישחק, אדוני ילעג למו. אז ידבר אלמו ואפו, ובחרונו יבהלמו. ואני נסחתי מלכי על ציון הר קודשי. אספרה אל חוק, אדוני אמר אלי, בני אתה, אני היום ילידתיך. שאל ממני ואתנה גויים נחלתך, ואחוזתך אפסי ארץ. תרועם בשבט ברזל, ככלי יוצר תנפצם. ועתה מלכים השכילו, הבשרו שופטי ארץ. עבדו את אדוני ביראה, וגילו ברעדה. נשקו בר פן יענף, ותאבדו דרך, כי יבער כמעט אפו, אשרי כל חוסבו.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Yes, brothers and sisters. Just took a moment right there. They're there. So here, I will declare the decree. Yahuwah has said to me, thou, my son, this day I have begotten thee. So right here, Sapra il-Hok, Yahuwah Mar Elai, Beni Ata, Ani Hayom, Yeliditika, Yeliditika, some say Yeliditika, Yeliditika, Ka, Yeliditika. Here. So here, the king, as we mentioned, right, the king is declaring what Yahweh said to him, right? And thou art my son. And here we had mentioned Psalm 80, just so you have to see this here to put it all into context right here. Psalm 89, right? Psalm 89, let's go to 89, there we go, 89, and verse 28 usually be the Hebrew. Let's see if this is the Hebrew versing, because sometimes the verse is off by one, right? No, so it'll be 27 right here, right? Let's see, yeah, verse 27. It'll be 27 in your Bibles, because there's a number difference from the Hebrew manuscripts to the English. So here, right here, here's where it says, I will also appoint him firstborn, or I will make him, appoint him, right? Natan, give him, right? Set him, right? As firstborn, the highest of who? The kings of the earth. So the anointed king of Israel, right? Upon the throne of David, the Solomonic throne is higher according to the scripts and according to the word of covenant than all other kings. Elsewhere, you will see where it says basically, let me first read it, right? Af aniya bekora etnehu elyon li malke aretz. Again, af, my for sure, indeed. So it's also yes, but it could also be indeed. Af ani, indeed I. Bekora, my firstborn, etnehu, I have given him, Bekor, I have given him as Bekor, right, firstling, firstborn, etnehu, I have given etnehu, I have given who? Him. Af, ani, indeed, Bekor etnehu, indeed I have given him as firstborn, Elyon. Look what it says, Elyon. So the king of Israel, right? The true anointed king of Israel is Elyon, is most high. Let that sink in. Put that in the pipe and bun it in a sense. No, for real, for real. He is Elyon. Elyon is used of Yahweh. He is truly the Elyon of all Elyonim, right? Of all high ones. He's the highest. But the king of Israel is Elyon, right? Moshiach, Yeshua, is the prince of the kings of the earth. He is Elyon. He is higher than the kings, right? He doesn't have to be king to be higher than the kings, right? He's the Bein Elohim Chayim. It says he is prince of the kings of the earth. And Yisrael, when Israel keeps covenant, right, worthily and properly, he has set Yisrael to be higher, Elyon, over the other nations of the earth, right? And we put the caveat there in proper covenant keeping. But here, let's show you this for yourself, right? High, upper, Elyon. Look what it says, of Davidic kings exalted above monarchs. So the anointed king upon the throne of David, right, compared to other kings of the earth, he is the most high. He is higher than them. Literally here, the title is Elyon, right? Elyon. He is highest. You see what it says most high, right? He is highest. He is most high, right? This is, yes, the name, more correctly, the title of Elohim, and it's also the name or the title of the duly anointed rulers and monarchs, right, and princes of Israel when compared to other princes, right, of other nations, right. This is what this verse is truly bringing out. It says Elyon, he is most high, le malke aretz, he is most high of the kings of the land. He is most high above the kings of the land because of the virtue of that anointing, right? And the position, right? Af aniya bikoret nehu elyon lemalke aretz. Important verse right here. So when we see here in the psalm, right? When we see here in the psalm where it says, Beniata, that you are my son, that's the connection right there. Because if you read on, it says that he will be my son, and how he will bless him, but then if he had to chastise him, how he would chastise, and so forth and so on. This day have I begotten thee, right? This day, Hayom, right? Here we have Ani Hayom Ye Liditika. Ani, I, Hayom, the day, to say today. Ye, liditika, I have yalated the ka. I've yalated, I brought you forth. I've begotten you. I've gendered you. Right? Ani, Hayom, yeliditika. What does this bring out? To be understood in, some say, a figurative sense. On the day of his enthronement, the king, the Melech, the Negus, even Negus and Neges, was begotten of Elohim, was begotten of Xavier. So the anointed king of Israel on the day of his anointing, according to the precepts of scripture and the divine word, right, was begotten, right, of God, right, and therefore becomes the elect, right, of God as his servant. What did the Rastafari Kadamah Haile Selassie say? He says that being king, the king is the first servant. The king, real kings, know that as king, you are the first servant, right? You have to, as a real king, you have to show yourself to be a servant of servants, the first servant, right? As his servant, Yahweh's servant to guide the destinies of his people. See, the issue with men and people is that Haile Selassie took that role so seriously, and people only used to play kings, play kings, you know what I mean? Fake kings, right? When the throne was promised to Shlomo, to Solomon, what did Elohim say and give? What sort of assurance did he give? He gave the assurance in 2 Shemuel, 2 Samuel, right? 2 Samuel chapter 7:14. 2 Samuel chapter 7 verse 14. 2 Samuel 7 is 7 is 14. There we go. Let's find out what's written here. What's written here, right? I will be his father, and he shall be my son. Beni, my son. Ata, you are, right? If he commit iniquity, I will chasten him with the rod of men and with the stripes of the children of men. Right here. I will be his father. Ani ehye. Ani ehye. You see, some people say ehye, the whole ehye thing. People say ahaya, don't know where they got that from, but ehye. Ehye is to be, to become, right? I will be, I will become. Ehye. So here he says, Ani ehye lau, and I ehye, I will be lau. So when Yahweh said to Moshe, he said, ehye, asher ehye, I will be that which I will be. I will be who I will be. I will become who I'll become, right? And here in this verse concerning the anointed king, he says, Ani ehye lau, I will be for him le'ab. I will be for him of a father. I will be for him a father. Ani ehye lau le'aba wehua yehiyehe liya lebain. And he says, and he, wehu, and he himself, Yehiyeh, he will become li for me, lebain, of a bane, of a son. Asher, be ha avoto, be ha avoto. If he commit like iniquity, where hokacheti, right? Bishebeta anashim. So if he like commits iniquity, right, moral corruption, be ha avoto, beha aoto, where hokachetio, bishebet, by the shebet, by the rod, bishebet anashim, I will chastise him. Hokachetio, I will chastise him, bishebet anashim, with the rod of anashim, men. Uabe niga'e, right? And almost like to inflict like almost like wounds, right? B'nai Adam, right? Niga'e, b'nai Adam, the stripes, the nega. You remember the nega? Nega. We was talking about that, the nega, the nega srat, right? The plague of leprosy, but the word nega can also be a hit, like a strike, like you hit somebody, you wound somebody. Also use the mark of leprosy, right? Negasarat, right? To inflict a wound. But like, if you punch somebody, then there'd be like a mark in that sense. Uabe nigae, and the nigae, right? B'nai Adam, and with the stripes or the wound of men. But here it's very clear, in the first part, Ani Ehyeh Lahu Le'ab, I will become, I will be for him a father. Wahua Yehyeh Leah Lebain, and he will be to me for a bane. Therefore, in the psalm here, he says, Beni, my son, Ata, you be, you are. So here's another connection just to bring out this verse right here. In other words, he is testifying, right, to his divine, right, his divine calling, right, anointing, right, and authority. So here, finally, one more time, full of the verse. Asapra el chok, Yahweh Mara Elai, Beni Ata, Ani Hayom Yeliditika. Here to the 8th verse, here in the section 7 to 9, the king is speaking. The king goes on to speak in the chet verse right here. What does he says? Right, it says, ask of me, I shall give, right, the heathen thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth thy possession. Remember, the king who's under attack is relating what was said to him, the divine authority that is given to him. Ask of me, and I shall give the heathen, the goyim, the nation, the heathen, thine inheritance. You will inherit the nations. And the uttermost, the far off parts of the earth will be in your possession, will be for your possession. Sha'ala mimeni, sha'al. Ask, right? From sha'al to ask. Sha'al, ask as a command. Sha'al, ask, mimeni, ask from me. Sha'al mimeni, we etna goyim, nachalateka. And I will give etna, I will give goyim, nations, heathen, nationality, the nations, the heathen, right? Same word from the beginning. Why do the nations? So the same nation that are fighting, they'll be given over, right, to the king. We etna goyim nachalateka, for your nahala. Nahala. What is nahala? Nahala is possession. Nahala is property. Nachala is inheritance, property. It will be your portion. So check this out. So that these others who are fighting against the duly anointed king, even what they are fighting from, their nations, will be given over to the anointed king. They're going to lose that too. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Going on right here, it says, Wa and achuzatika, achuzatika, and like what you possess, what you're able to seize and grab on. Achuzatika. Achuzatika is this word right here, possession. You see the word achuza. Achuza. What's achuza? It's possession and property too, but in the Hebrew sense, it's something that is seized. Achuza. Achuza. Yachaz, to seize, to hold. Achuza, something seized, especially possession, like a piece of land, right? Or especially of a land, right? Achuzatika. And for your possession, what you will seize, right, from these enemy nations that are fighting from you, right? Even the far off parts of the earth will be in your, in your hand, to say. Wa achuzatika. Afse, aret, afse, the uttermost, the Ephes. Ephes is an interesting word. In modern Hebrew, we use this for zero, Ephes, because it means like ceasing, the finality, the ends, right? Ephes is at the end, but this is often used Ephes for zero, but it means like cessation, the end, right? The Ephes. So the Ephes, the ends of Afse, the ends of Aret, even the edge, the ends of the earth, is also what you will seize, what you will hold on to. So what is being brought out here? The main thing, one of the main things, is the verb in the beginning, sha'al, right? In the command sense, sha'al, shal, mimeni, ask of me, shal, mime, ask from, mime, ani, ask from I, shal, mimeni, ask of I. The language of the verse, some can view it as poetical hyperbole, right? Some say, well, all that, yes, it does have a poetic Hebrew hyperbole, but so close is the relationship between, right, Yahweh Eloheinu and Mashiach and his Messiah that any request would be granted, even dominion over the whole earth, right? Thus, the idea of earth's rightful ruler, because the relationship between his anointed Mashiach and Yahweh is so close. It's a close relation. That's why not everyone is the Moshiach. You see what I'm saying, right? Or even in that position, right? But like somebody you trust, right? They can ask you anything, right? They can ask you, yeah. No problem, because of the closeness of relation. So this is what it's saying here. So what the king is even declaring to these rebels is that I have a close relationship. And it's not really me you're going against. You're going against he, right? And I can ask him and everything you got will be mine. Sha'al mimeni, because he said to me, Sha'al mimeni. He said, Sha'al mimeni. He said, ask of me. So therefore, not that any such ambitious thoughts truly entered into the anointed king's mind. However, it indicates the hopelessness, right, of any attempt, right, of any attempt to dethrone him, right, any attempt to dethrone the duly anointed king, even the king of kings of Ethiopia. Here, Sha'al mimeni, where tana goyim nachalatika, wa ahuzatika afsei aretz, the ends of the earth. Here to the 9th verse to conclude the king's speech section, the 8th verse right here, the tet, the 9th verse. Thou, this is what Yahweh has told the king, and the king is also communicating this. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron, right? Thou shalt dash them in pieces, right? Like a potter's vessel. You ever hit a piece of pottery with an iron rod? You ever did that? I don't know. Maybe you haven't had the chance, but you can imagine that, right? Take an iron rod, right, and take pieces of pottery, right, a plate or whatever, and hit it, right? Can it take the hit? This is what he's saying. If I ask, Yahweh already said I have this power. I can ask him this. You know what I mean? But because the king, even the anointed king of kings, is the Christ man, he's not going to ask that. You know what I mean? But he can, right? Ti ro'eim b'shebeta barzel, kikali yotzera ti napetzein. Here. Ti ro'eim b'shevet barzel. And he shall do what? He shall break them, right? B'shebet, with a rod, shevet, barzel, with a rod of barzel, a rod of iron, kikali, a thing of yotzer, a thing that is formed, like a thing formed, like say pottery, yotzer, right? Kikali, yotzer is like pottery, but literally it's like a thing that is formed. You know how pottery is made when they form it, and then they put in the kiln to make it hard? Yeah. But kikalia yotzer tinap and dash them. Let's get into some of the words right here, right? So firstly, we have the word break. Ra'ah. Notice the word ra'ah, right? You see the word ra'ah? Here the verb is ti ro'aim. Ro'aim. He will ra'ah them. He'll make it bad for them. Remember he said the match was struck in Ethiopia, but the flames, because once they mocked and they did all that goofy stuff, it was a wrap for them. So he said the words he said, right? And that brings out this word here, tia ro'aim. He will make it ra'ah. He's going to make it bad for them. He's going to make it dangerous for them. You know what I mean? He's going to make it bad for them. Right? But in the secondary sense of the word is to break, to make it bad for them, to break them, to make it bad for them, right? The sense right here, right? To break them in pieces, right? Ti ro'aim, right? He will spoil them, break them in pieces, make them good for nothing, right? Show them to be bad, physically, socially, morally, right? Physically, socially, morally. So right here, Tiroim, Bishebet, Shevet, by a Shebet, Shebet. The Shebet is the rod. Shebet, Barzel. Barzel is a metal. Barzel is iron. Barzel, right? He will break them with a rod of Barzel, right? Iron, an iron rod, right? What do we have here? We have a judgment. If the plotters, right, who gather together, the nations, the League of Nations, the United Nations, whatever nations, if the plotters venture to proceed, right? If they venture to proceed, right, with their scheme, their conspiracy against Yahweh and against Mashiach, against his anointed king, well, their fate will be utter destruction. What did he say? The match was struck in Ethiopia, the flames will burn Europe. What did they do? They laughed. What happened? Right? Europe burnt, right? In a way they never imagined. World War II came about. They never imagined that. Things was it was devastated, right? Like the shattering of earthen vessel, like the shattering of an earthen vessel. Just like when pottery, you ever break a dish, you ever break a plate or something, and it just breaks up. Can you put that together again, right? Tia ro'eim b'shebet barzela kikalia yotzer tenapathaim. So here, nafats, he will shatter them, break them to pieces, shatter them, right? Pulverize. And what happened to the League of Nations? It was shattered. It was shattered, scattered, and flattered, right? It was scattered, right? It was dashed to pieces, right? Dashed in pieces like what? Yotzer. Yotzer come from Yatzar. Yotzer is the one who forms it, right? So Kikali is a thing of the Yotzer, a thing of the potter, or the thing of the former, right? One who forms, Yotzer. Yotzer from Yatzar. Yatzar right here. To squeeze, the sense of the verb is to squeeze into shape, right? To mold, right? To mold a form as a potter. The word for potter is Yotzer. Yotzer. In a figurative sense, it's to determine. So basically what he's saying is that he's going to break their determination, right? Because afterward they said they should have listened to his majesty. They should listen to Kadamah Haile. They should have listened, right? He broke their determination. He broke their resolution. They should have listened. So if they proceed, right, this is what's going to happen. And they proceeded, and look what happened. So the rod of iron, the Shebet Barzel, is a symbol of stern punishment, right? A potter's vessel, right? A potter's vessel, Kikli, Yotzer, right? It can be easily broken, and then it's beyond repair, right? A potter's vessel is so easily broken, and then after it is broken, it's beyond repair, right? Yeremiah. That's why it says, with that act, the League of Nations was effectively dead. You remember the commentator, because all of this they were witnessing it at the time, but did they know that they were basically giving evidence to prophecy? You know what I'm saying? The League, with that act of the League of Nations, the League was dead. They was deaded on, right? So right here, beyond repair, Jeremiah chapter 19, right? Jeremiah chapter 19, verse 11. Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 19, verse 11 right here. Let's get this read in. Let's go here. And shall say to them, thus saith Yahweh Sabaoth, right? The Lord of hosts, which is connected with the Ark of the Covenant, by the way. Even so will I break this people and this city, as one breaketh a potter's vessel, right? And so you look across Europe and all those cities, even England got broken, right? Like a potter's vessel, right? Got shattered. You see these big, strong buildings just fall down, just like when a plate or a pot dashes on the ground. It just scatters, breaks. Whoa, right? Even so will I break this people in this city, right? As one breaketh a potter's vessel. They almost lost London. For real. That cannot be made whole again, right? And you'll notice something interesting too, to how they went against the elect of God, the Rastafari, Kedamah Haile Selassie, that England was also broken down, almost was pushed over into the pit, right? But they were able to recover more than the other nations. The other nations in Europe that really held against His Majesty, against the elect, and went along with the rebels, they were really broken down terribly, miserably. You know what I'm saying? It goes on to say that cannot be made whole again. And they shall bury them in Tophet till there be no place to bury. Now, from this word, this idea here, comes a New Testament sense of Gehenna, the fireplace, or what they would call hell. It was like hell, right? They got a glimpse of hell. You know what I mean? You see Tophet? Tophet, what does Tophet mean? Place of fire. The match was struck where? But where were the flames burn? Tophet. Tophet, right? Tophet right here, right? From Tophet, the act of spitting, right? Spitfire, right? Spitting. Where it says Messiah, he would destroy the enemies with the words of his mouth because he would spit fire, right? You know, he'll smite them with his words, right? The contempt, but the words will manifest the act that Yahweh has in mind for them, their just punishment. But be that as it may, right there, right, from Tophet here to 10 to 12, last verses here, the last 3 verses of today's daily psalm right here, here to the Yod verse. And now this section, what is this section called? This section is called the exhortation, like the build, the exhortation, the admonishment, right, to the schemers. You know, giving good advice, you know what I mean? And only a righteous person, you try to give good advice to those who wanted to hurt you, because you know that if they continue, how hurt they're going to be. You know, here is the exhortation to the schemers. Be wise now, therefore, O y'all kings, be instructed, y'all judges of the earth, right? Y'all judges of the earth. We'ata, and now, the sense of we'ata in the Hebrew is like, and now, we'ata milakim, and now, kings. Notice that Europe had a bunch of Christian kings. Everybody had a king. You know, some Christian king was up in Europe. There's a bunch of kings before World War II. How many were there after? Chan. I guess the kings didn't listen to this. Wa'ata melakim haskilu. Wa'ata melakim haskilu. Haskilu. Be sakal, sekel. Haskilu, sekel. Be prudent. Be circumspect. Wisely understand. If you wisely understand, you'll prosper. Right? Be prudent. Right? The only one that took some consideration of the kings of Europe was England, right? And that's why they were spared for the time, for the time being, because they had some insight. You know, they said, Chan, we didn't give any help. We thought we were siding with the Nazis and the fascists and shite. You know what I mean? We had that guy that made appeasement, made a fool of himself. You know what I'm saying? And we notice what he said and notice what happened. Should we continue to oppose this man? Right? They had insight. They had comprehension. Right? You know, they were wise. They began to act circumspectly, right? And consequently, they had a bit of prosperity, right? To make circumspect, to be intelligent. Haskilu. Be wise now, O kings. He was to do, right? Right? Shofte aretz. And be instructed. He was again. Wa'ata melakim haskilu. He was shofet shoftei aretz. He was from that's from this word. Remember the word earlier? They want to cast away the mosorotemo, want to cast away their mosorot, their mosirs, right? Mosir came from Yasar, right? To do what? To chasten, to discipline. So be disciplined. Let what you did wrong, you know, be an example as to what you should do that's right and how you should proceed in the future, right? He was to do, right? Let yourself be corrected, right? Let yourself correct yourself, right? Correct yourself. He was to do, right? Be chastened and be corrected, right? He was to do. Be yasar, be chastised, literally with the blows. even the blows from, what was the Germans? The Germans were lighting up Europe. They were lighting up across the channel. There's a water that separates. England was like an island, but the Germans had developed ways of shooting missiles all the way over there and sending bombers and just bombing them up. They were instructed, right? What it says here, it says figuratively with words. You say words, right? Messiah will get the victory by what? Word, right? God will do the act. You know what I mean? The anointed speak the word, right? Figuratively with words, be instructed, right? So here, the exhortation to the schemers, right? And the would-be conspirators. So here in the Yod verse, Pasuk Yod, two ways confront them. They have a choice. Here in these last three verses, they have a choice. Two ways confront them, right? One is to continue to rebel, right, against Yahweh's anointed, right, against the anointed, against the elect of God. Continue, right? And that will bring upon them, right, severe retribution. Now, the other way, on the other hand, right, you can submit to his will, right? And what was his will? Well, we need some guns, ammunition, and men, because our people, we didn't have the weapons, and we need you to come and you to lay down your life and to fight, right? And they answered, since when has Europeans done this for any African? I don't know. And what did they get out of it? They didn't get anything out of it. Some say, oh, he was a puppet. Oh, they colonized, didn't colonize nothing. They did attempt. The British did attempt something, but go see that video when the British had to leave Addis and had to leave other places. It's a beautiful scene, right? Because they rarely did that. They rarely do that, right? Where the British had to march out, right? And they had to lower their flag and let their flag touch the ground, right? That's a old military. It goes back to the ancient world thing. You know what I mean? Where basically you have to bow out. You know what I mean? But they did attempt. Yes, the British did attempt to try to hijack, Ethiopia after they gave assistance, right? But what the word here says, be wise, therefore, O you kings, and be instructed, you judges of the earth, and they were instructed, and they had to lower their flags and let their flags touch the ground. Their fringes had to touch the ground, right? Wa'ata melakim haskilu, he wasaru shoftei aretz, right? So submit to his will, right? Submit to his will with happiness, right? Acharei, right? What's the psalm? Acharei, happiness, the beatitude, right? Will be its sequel. They are exhorted here, they are exhorted to adopt the second alternative, not to continue in their rebellion, right? The rebel lion, right? England has lions on its coat of arms, but lions are not indigenous to that land. Go figure. Wa'ata melakim haskilu, right? He wasaru shoftei aretz. So here it says the judges, shoftei, the judges of the land, the judges of the earth, the rulers whose function, right? The rulers, presidents, prime ministers, the king. There was a king. Some people say, oh, His Majesty went to beg of the Queen of England. He went to ask her for help against the fascists. How stupid can you be, right? The Queen of England wasn't crowned until what? What was it, 12 years after? No, it was about 19 years after. She wasn't crowned between 19 to 12 years after, something like that, 1950s. In fact, the king that was there, he had to die. Wa'ata melakim haskilu, he wasaru shoftei aretz. So the rulers, presidents, prime ministers, whatever they want to call them, their function, right, was to administer justice, right? Their function was to administer justice. And if they did not administer justice or injustice to Yahweh's elect, to the elect of God, they would feel it. And they felt it. So here, wa'ata melakim haskilu, he wasaru shoftei aretz. Now therefore, O your kings, be wise, be admonished, your judges of the earth, your judges of the land. Exhortation here, Yod Aleph. The Yod Aleph, it says serve Yahweh, right? with fear, with reverence, with respect, the one to be respected, right? The Tafari. Serve Yahweh with fear and rejoice with trembling. Ibdu et Yahweh be yirah, we gilu be re'ada, and gilu, and be happy, gilu, be happy, be re'ada, in re'ada, with trembling. Ra'ad and re'ada. So here we have re'ada. Re'ada is trembling fear. It's an interesting word, shuddering, right? And shudder. But notice this phrase here. It's an interesting phrase right here. The phrase right here, wigilu, to have joy, be ra'ada. Wigilu, gilu birada, gilu birada, brada, gilu brada. How you on gilu? Gilu is to exalt, to be glad, right? Right? To spin. You see what it says, spin around under the influence of any violent emotion. To spin around. You know, like when some people are so happy, you spin around. So they're told to spin around, right? Spin around, be happy. But first, ibdu, to serve, to abad, to work, to serve, right? To work and to serve. You know, one service is to fight in a war, right? That's a service there too, right? Ibdu, right? To serve who? Ibdu et Yahweh, to serve Yahweh by serving his anointed king, right? In his cause. Be yirah, with yirah. Yirah is the word for like reverence. More correctly, they have fear, terror, fearing. That's an aspect of it, but more better, it's awesome or terrifying thing as an object or a person causing reverence, causing respect. As we said, that Rastafari doesn't mean the head creator. Ras means head, and Teferi is the one to be respected, right? The one to be reverenced, Teferi, right? To serve him, right? Be bir'ah, right? Be yir'ah, slika, be yira, serve him with yira. So what do we have here? Serve Yahweh with fear. Ibdu et Yahweh be yira, right? Serve him with yira, right? Serve him humbly yielding to his decree, right? Yielding to his will, respecting the kingship, right? The kingship, right? Fearing the consequences, right? Of his anger, or as we say, of getting on his bad side, so to speak. Ibdu et Yahweh be yirah, right? And rejoice, right? Gilu, and rejoice, wigilu bi rada, Wigilu brada, and serve him brada, be raada, serve him with trembling, right? Instead of seeking my downfall, right? Is what the king has said, and the king is saying to them and said to them in spirit and in truth. Instead of seeking my downfall, the downfall of the King of Kings of Ethiopia, rejoice in Yahweh's choice, that the King of Kings of Ethiopia is Siyuma Exhiari, is the elect of God, right? In his choice of a king, and stand in awe of his infinite majesty, right? His infinite majesty. So right here, Ibdu et Yahweh be yirah, wigilu birada. Here. Last verse here, coming to the last and the final verse here, right, of the psalm entitled A Plot Against Yahweh's Anointed, a plot against the elect of God. And here, what does it say right here? It says, kiss, right? Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and ye and y'all perish from the way, when his wrath is kindled but a little. Blessed, or more correctly, happy, the Asher, happiness, blessed, from the root right here, Asher, to go straight, to walk on, to progress, to advance. But this has the sense of to pronounce happy, right? To pronounce happy, right? To be straight, right? To be level up, y'all, right? Acharei right? Be right, be happy, right? Go forward. In a figurative sense, go forward, prosper. Do the right thing and go forward and prosper and be happy. It'd be okay, right? The beatitude. So right here it says Acharei, happy, happiness. Acharei, call Jose, call Jose, Jose, call Jose Bo, happiness, right? To all they that put their trust in him, that take refuge in him, that chasa, that seek refuge, seek for protection, that trust in God in him, that confide, that hope in him. Right? Right here. The sense of trust is a good translation. But to kiss the Son, do homage in purity. Do homage in purity, right? Is an alternative of kiss the Son. Do homage in purity. Now, in the AV and the RV, it says kiss the Son. So in the authorized version, like here, and the RV revised version says kiss the Son. In the revised version, if you get a revised version in the margin, you might see it says some ancient versions render lay hold of or receive instruction. In some of the ancient versions, the RV, in the margins, it says some ancient versions render lay hold of, which is say receive instruction. Lay hold of instruction, receive instructions. And others, in other Bibles, the margin, they have a marginal note that says worship in purity. Worship in purity. Now, do homage is literally kiss. Do homage is literally kiss. So we have the word right here, kiss, nashak, nashak. So we have nashak, to put together, nashak. But notice the secondary of nashak, to kiss the Son. It means to handle, to be equipped with. What did the British do? They brought in the weapons that were needed, that was called for in the beginning, right? They were equipped, right? Notice right here, to kiss the Son, right? So this word has a twofold sense. Literally is to kiss, like a man say a woman kiss, right? But in the act of kissing, what goes on in kissing, in the figure of speech in Hebrew, in the idiomatic sense, is to fasten up. So like if one straps on armor, right? It's like kissing, if you understand, like that sense of fastening up, of equipping, right? So literally, right, kiss, or figuratively is touch, right? But as a mode, in the sense of the language, is attachment, right? Specifically, right? Remember, this is kind of military sense in this psalm, is to equip with weapons. So what did they finally do? They finally equipped the Arbenyot, the patriots, with the weapons that were asked for in the beginning, right? So this was a sense of, remember, they were a sovereign power themselves, and they're giving to another sovereign power the weapons and the men and the resources. This is a sense of kissing, right, the Son, according to what we're showing you right here in the Hebrew. Not what you see in the English. What you see in the English is what you see in the English. But here, let's bring out the full of the verse right here, right? Nashku bar, which is translated in KJV as kiss the Son. Nashku bar also means do homage in purity, right? Do homage in purity. Nashku bar pen, anaf, less pen, yanaf. Yes, lest he be angry, right? He breathes heavy, breathes hard. Pena, anaf. With Tobadu dereka kia yibara. Kia me'at apo, right? When his what? When his wrath is kindled, you will perish in the way. With tovdu, you will perish, derek, the way. Yet you will perish the way. It can also kind of mean that the way, the way, the truth, and life of the King of Kings Christ will be lost to you. With tovdu derek, ki, because, or for yib'ar, for when it's kindled up, right? Ki ma'at, like a little. Ki ma'at, kimat. Ma'at means like a little. Kimat means like a little apo, like a little bit, apo, his anger. Acharei, happiness, beatitude, call all Jose Bo. Happiness, the beatitude is to all the trusters in him. So here we have Nashku Bar. Here, for one of the final places here, got to share this with you all right here. Let's go to 1 Samuel 10 and 1. 1 Samuel 10 and 1. First Shemuel, right? Shemuel, right? Shemuel, right? His name, El, right? The Almighty, his name, Shemuel. So here in Samuel says what right here? Let's bring it out here. Then Samuel took a vial of oil and poured upon his head and kissed him and said, not because Yahweh hath anointed thee captain over his inheritance, is it not? In other words, when Shemuel kissed him here, Shemuel did homage, right? This is like a sense of doing homage. And to kiss the hand or the foot, to kiss the hand or the foot is still, right, and has been a symbolic, right, symbolic of an act of homage, So right here, what Shemuel does right here, let's go down here to just to bring out the verse here. It says, Wayikach Shemuel, and Samuel took Wayikach Shemuel etapak, right? And Samuel, right? And Samuel he took, right, the vial, right, Hashemen of the Shemen, Wayitzok, and he poured al Rosho, and he poured over his head. Why Yishkehu, he nashaked him, Yishkehu, right? And he kissed who? He kissed him. Yishakehu, and he kissed him. Why Yishakehu, why Yomer, and he said, Hello, is it not? Hello, Kia mi shachaka. Is it not because he has anointed you? Or full? He says, Halo kia me shachaka Yahuwah. Is it not because Yahuwah has mishachaka, that he has anointed you? Halo, is it not? Halo kia mishachaka Yahuwah al nachalato le nagid. Is it not because Yahweh has anointed you, right, above his inheritance? Al Nahalato, li Nagid, to be a Nagid, to be a king, right? Not a king, actually a ruler, Nagid, right? Remember we brought it out before in the Ge'ez, conquering line of the tribe of Judah is Moa Andesa Zeim Negeda, from that Nagad, Neged, right? Nagid, right? Zeim Negeda Yehuda, conquering lion from in the tribe of Judah. So the word Negeda in the Ge'ez is tribe, but is etymologically Afro-Semitically related, right, to this root idea, right, here in the Hebrew Nagid. Nagid is a leader, a ruler, a captain, a prince overseer, a ruler in other capacities or in princely things, right? A commander, like a commander, in civil sense, a commander in military sense, really just sense, a commander as occupying the front, right? And we all know that the elect of God was on the front line. So much so, they had to say, like the Israelites said to David, you're the light of Israel. Like you're all out there on the front line, right there in the fray of things, and we're worried about you, and we, we are open to attack. When anything happened to you, there go the light of Yisrael. So here the Nagid sense. Just want to bring this out. So here, this sense of homage, of kiss, right here, and he kissed him. So kissing, right, the sense of kissing is also the sense of doing homage, right? So why we're bringing that out is because the usual sense here is kiss the son. Most of these might say kiss. Oh wow, well, excuse me. NET says give sincere homage. There we go, right? Because looking at the two truths of the Hebrew word, literally kiss can mean to equip, but the sense of kissing, the sense of homage. Otherwise, he will be angry and you will die because of your behavior. When his anger quickly ignites, how blessed or happy are all those who take shelter, right, in him. And then over here, NHEB, do homage in purity, right? So here, for the Hebrew bar. So here in this verse it says Nashku bar. Now bar, like we say bar mitzvah, right? Bar is an Aramaic word that often means son, right? So here they break this down from the Hebrew word bar. Bar means to refine. Let's bring it out right here. Bar, right? So you see bar right here. Here in the sense of son, ear, it's a borrowed, right, as a title, right? From this sense, bar right here. Now, bar, right, is Aramaic, right? But bar in the secondary sense, they don't have it there. Hold on for a moment. Let's see if we can go back. Let's close that right there. Let's bring this up. Bar, right? The word for pure, right? There we go. You see, I had to go the other way. Bar. You look at bar. You see bar? Bar in the Hebrew sense is to be pure, clean, sincere. There's a Psalm 24, clean hands and a pure heart. Clean hands, right? Bar lebav, right? Clean hands, pure heart. Kapai. How'd that go right there? Hold on for a moment. Getting a little moment of brain freeze. It's Psalm 24. He that have clean hands. Niki kapayim, clean palms. Niki kapayim, ubar lebab. So in Psalm 24, round about verse 4, it has Niki kapayim, clean, Niki, clean, kapayim, clean palms, and bar, and purified lebab, and a pure heart. So here we have bar. So bar is in both verses, but the usual translations kiss the son. But from a Hebrew perspective, it would be do homage in purity, do pure homage, right? Pure homage. So you see the word right here, clean, choice, pure, right? Right there. It comes from this verb here, barar. Barar means to purify, to select, to polish, right? To purge, right? To prove, purify. You can see the sense here connected with pure, right? To clarify, to examine, to select, right? So here we have a kind of a duality here, right? Here we have bar, but bar is Aramaic, is more from the Aramaic. But bar also signifies Hebraically an ear, like the ear apparent to the throne, like the ear, right? In the Rase, right? Alga Warash in the Amharic. So here, to bring out this sense here as we just seal up on this last verse, but we don't want to like ignore this right here, because it's a true sense, because some have asked, kiss the son. Like even myself and others, there was more to this. So in studying, and hallelujah, Baruch Hashem, we see that this kiss the son, right, also has the sense of, right, do homage in purity, pure homage, right, do pure homage, right, lest he be angry. So in bringing out the fuller sense of this right here, as we mentioned, doing homage, the kiss, as in 1 Samuel 10:1, to kiss the hand or foot is still symbolic of an act of homage. Now, the word for purity, right? The word for purity, or the bar, as we just brought out, in one sense is son and ear apparent. The other sense, son. Oh, that's what I was going to go to. Pray the eye. There's a note here. The note here is going to bring out what we have in mind. Here, bar as pure, right? There we have 24:4. Well, we just went to 24:4. I could have just followed this and been better off here, but I got out that brain freeze. The Aramaic word bar means son or heir apparent. It may not be in view since the Hebrew word ben, son, was used in verse 7. So to show that this right here as son, right, is not really from the Hebrew perspective the word that was in view. The word that was in view was pure, right? Pure, clean, right? Refined, pure, clean, refined, right? So with that there in mind, as we have in like pure in heart in Psalm 73, in Psalm 73:1, right? Psalm 73 and 1. It's necessary just to make this point here. 73 and verse 1, right? Let's look at the verse 1. It says, a psalm of Asaph, truly God is good to Israel, even to such as are of a clean heart, right? Such as are of a clean heart, right? Clean of heart, right? Look at the word clean, right? It's the word bar. You see the same bar, right? Pure, clean, sincere, right? So they chose the Aramaic word for son, even though in the same psalm it has the Hebrew word for son, instead of choosing the Hebrew form of the word, which would be pure and clean, as we're showing you right here, chavarim, right? So pure, clean, beloved, like the sense of beloved. Mizmor la'asaf, tov le'Yisrael Elohim, le'barei, le'ba, barei, of clean of, barei, le'ba. Those of a clean heart, of a purified, right, a purged heart. So right here, that is the intention here. With sincerity of heart, acknowledge, right, acknowledge him, right, acknowledge I, right, as Elohim's anointed, as the God's elect, and thereby avoid incurring his, right, his anger. Right, so first part of the verse right here, bring it back to the KJV, the English right here, looking at the Hebrew, Nashku bar pen ye'anaf, pen less ye'anaf, lest he be angry. With tobdu derek, and ye tobdu, and ye abad, you abad, right? Tobdu, y'all will vanish, go astray, right? Vanish, get lost, go astray, right? Bringing out the sense right here of wander away. You'll lose yourself and you'll perish, right? You'll perish. So right here with Tobdu Derek, and you will perish. Notice the translation says you will perish from the way. There's no word there from. Tobadu, right, in that sense means perish or lose. Lose. Let's go here once again, right? Scroll down here. You see Strong's bringing out properly. To wander away, to lose oneself. So if somebody wanders away or loses themselves, in the process, they can be destroyed or perish. But the sense here is you will lose, lest you will lose derek. You will lose the way, right? Remember, England claimed to be of a Christ, a Christian nation too. Right? So it's faith with work is what is accepted. Right? You will perish, right? You'll perish the way, right? You'll like to say you will perish from the way, but you will lose, right? You will lose way. You will lose way. You will lose derek. You will lose way. When what? When his wrath is kindled, right? Kia yib'ar. Ki yib'ar. Ba'ar. Ba'ar means to burn, to consume, to burn. Yib'ar, right? Ki, when, Yib'ar, ki ma'at, when his wrath is kindled like a little. Ki ma'at, ma'at here, a littleness, little. Ma'at b'ma'at, little by little. But here it says ki ma'at, kimat, right? Just a little, right? A reminiscence, right, of the way of the wicked shall perish, right? They'll perish from the way. Remember the first psalm, the psalm of individuals? So the same advice is given to nations. Tobadu, y'all will lose, right? Will lose way. Y'all will lose way. As we have in Psalm 1, right? First Psalm, verse 6, the way of the wicked shall go astray, right? Shall be lost. And then it seals up here with a great seal up right here, right? It says right here, right? Ki ma'at apo, when his wrath is kindled but a little. Acharei Mot-Kedoshim. Happiness to all those who trust in him. Acharei Mot-Kedoshim. The psalm ends on the same note that was struck at the beginning of the Psalms to the book of Psalms. Psalm 1, the very first verse says, Acharei Ha'ish, happiness of the man, speaking of the two ways of men. And here in this psalm, he's motivate the two ways of peoples and nations, seals up with Acharei Mot-Kedoshim, the same note So we have the beginning, Alpha, Omega, kind of beginning and end sense here. Asher, right? The interjection. Blessed are those, but the sense of blessed is in the beatitude sense, right? To pronounce happy, right? Happy. Yes.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Lion of Judah Society.
And here for the seal up right here. Here, let's go Max Romeo, Valley of Jehoshaphat. Let's hear the Hebrew, then for the outro, right, we'll have the highlights, the English, with the English. Here. Red. The Valley of Jehoshaphat.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
מזמור ב' למה רגשו גויים ולאומים יהגו ריק יתייצבו מלכי ארץ ורוזנים נוסדו יחד על אדוני ועל משיחו ננתקה את מוסרותימו ונשליכה ממנו עבותימו יושב בשמיים יזעק אדוני ילעג למו אז ידבר אלמו ואפו ובחרונו יבהלמו ואני נסחתי מלכי על ציון הר קודשי אספרה אל חוק אדוני אמר אלי בני אתה אני היום ילידתיך שאל ממני ואתנה גויים נחלתך ואחוזתך אפסי ארץ תרועם בשבט ברזל ככלי יוצר תנפצם ועתה מלכים השכילו יבשרו שופטי ארץ עבדו את אדוני ביראה וגילו ברעדה נשקו בר פן יענף ותובדו דרך ויבער כמעט אפו אחרי כל חוסדו
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
And here for the English. Here, the English version, the Hebrew highlights, Max Romeo, Valley of Jehoshaphat, Jehoshaphat, Yahweh, Shaft, Judges, Shaphat. Oh, yeah.
When Jah come from Bozrah with his garment dipped in blood.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
Why do the heathen rage?
למה רגשו גויים
And the people imagine a vain thing.
ולאומים יהגו ריק
The kings of the earth set themselves.
יתייצבו מלכי ארץ
And the rulers take counsel together.
ורוזנים נוסדו יחד
Against the Lord and against his anointed.
על אדוני ועל משיחו
Saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall have them in derision. Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath and vex them in his sore displeasure. Yet have I set my king upon my holy hill of Zion. I will declare the decree. The Lord hath said unto me, Thou art my son, this day have I begotten thee. Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Be wise now, therefore, O ye kings. Be instructed, ye judges of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear, and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and he perish from the way, when his wrath is kindled but a little. Blessed are all they that put their trust in him.
Yes, yes, yes. Erev Tov, Laila Tov. Laila Tov, have a good night. Boker Tov, Hashem Yeshua, Chabarim. You know, may Yahuwah bless the eye, keep the eye, cause his face, his grace to shine on the eye. Hashem Yeshua HaMoshiach.
And when they were come in, they went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you for whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions when I needed help.
They went up into an upper room. They went up into an upper room.
Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions. Thank you, my brethren, for all your
Lion of Judah Society.
Thank you for whatever you have done.